Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays, and it's been, well, I've had a week off and hopefully I'm now going to be back and raring to go. Well, I'm certainly eager to go, but how well everything's going to go, well, we shall find out. So this is, what is it? I've forgotten what we're playing. No, this is Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio², and we are 253 hours in and trying to work out where all the naquium comes from. And so things are going. So hello everyone, hello to Screeve, hello to, we've got a hype train going, that's awesome. So thank you Tristan for the going up to 24 months of subbing in a row. That is a long time. That's amazing. And also thank you to Doopy, who's been subscribed for 14 months now. That's yes, also a long time. Every time I see these large numbers, it makes me go, what have I really been streaming for that long? And yes, clearly I have. And I'm very grateful to all of you for being here to allow all this to keep running as well as it does. What are we doing today? So it's been 2 weeks since we've actually played, but I still, as usual, I have a to-do list. So yes, we've got some warehouses to poke. That should be easy enough. We're considering going to the Angelus system because there's a ruin out there that we could go out and investigate. I need to ditch a load more iron and sulfur out of this warehouse over here because that's still causing problems. We're also very short of methane ice, which is also causing problems. So I'm going to need to do something about that. And then I'm going to have the to-do list disappear on me, so I don't know what else to do. Come back. There we go.
Is there anything on the to-do list for me? Also, hi chat.
Not directly. Methane ice. Oh yes, I need to fix the graph because I broke it by transporting two signals on one cable essentially. Marc was perhaps going to have a look at the Riddler data, so we can make more AI calls. He's talking about that. Cryonite logistics. Oh yes, I broke that. Let's fix that. Okay, Tristan's fixed the cryonite logistics for me. Thank you very much. And increase the amount of holmium and possibly other things that are being ordered by the energy science train, so the quantum processor production will keep running, and we won't just get a massive drought of them because it runs out of things and the train doesn't come up because it hasn't been filled up. Right. Anyway, hello to Screeve and, of course, Marc and Mike and Tristan and Doopy as well. Hello. So hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. And, I'm moving very, very slowly. I think that's just because I haven't taken off. Right. Okay, so over here, yes, we have this problem where this warehouse is filled up and therefore stuff can't rattle through from up here. So I'm going to take a copy of those two and stick them in over here. This is exactly what I did in the video. And then I'll also link those in with a red cable like so. Doink. There we go. And that right. So that's allowed the that's pulling out a load of the sulfur and a load of the iron ingots that were completely filling up this warehouse. And because I've done that, we can now start putting in at least a quantity of holmium cable and rare metals and anything else that needs to be passed through from this warehouse at the top. And that means that we can now, yes, this belt along here is now filled back up with the holmium cable. So that's fixed. However, the immediate problem with naquium naquifying is that we've run out of methane ice over here, and so there's none to flow over to the new system over here. There's none available for the old system. There's just none available. And I think if we look up in space, we'll find out that there's probably none up here either. No, there's none up here. Oh, there's a bit in this ship. So that's slightly awkward because we won't start unloading that until everything else has come out of here, and there's actually only 108 in the ship anyway, which isn't really very much. So that's not really going to help. Hopefully, with all of the expansion of the all the expansion of the Vita everythinging that Marc's been doing, if we're lucky, we might have a supply over in Norbit that will go into the Talos, yes, into this ship when it comes over. And at the moment, yes, we can see there's about 4,000 in here. That's not bad. So the easiest way to sort this problem out would probably be to dispatch this ship. Oh no, there's some in here as well. Okay, the easiest way, the way to fix this would be to come down here, find this train and tell it to go. It's already going. That's an excellent start. Once that train goes up, it will hopefully come back with some methane ice, and things will be a little bit better off. I may need Tristan to drop the game speed a little bit because I'm having some issues. That was impressive timing. The one train just turned into another longer train. I'm impressed with that. So yes, that train can now come in up here. This means it'll unload the naquium that we have made, like that, and then it'll fill up with all this stuff. And so we've got a bit of methane ice there. That's only 50, but there's a load more on this belt here. So that'll come through. We can pull 400 out of here. And I think once it's filled up with perhaps with this stuff, I think I'll send the ship off to go and get some more methane ice, because there is only 400 in this warehouse, and that isn't going to go quite as far as I would like it to. And it's also right at the top of the warehouse as well, which, isn't ideal. So yeah, if we let the train fill up. The train will take some down. That'll at least allow the system to start ticking over a little bit, and we can let this get fed into the warehouses up here. It won't fill them up; they're only 10% full. But occasional manual poking of the train system is sort of okay and acceptable and allowed, I think. Just to keep everything running nicely, he says, talking slightly at length and prevaricating while he waits for everything to get loaded into the spaceship.
Have you taken the landers out of the system to make the Arclink chests, by the way?
No, not yet.
Would you like me to get some for you?
I honestly don't mind either way. I think it's going to be absolutely fine for me to come over and grab them. However, if you prefer to sort of sanity check it by grabbing them more gradually or anything like that, then I'd be quite happy for you to take them out and go and stick them in the machine that makes the Arcolink chests. It's going to be at least a little while until I go off to do that, because I need to make sure the system over here on Talos is working nicely before I go and start before I go and start working on the previous stage, because as I think I said in the video, or certainly in the last stream, we have multiple starships stacked up here waiting to unload the crushed naquitite onto Talos, and so it's going to be a little while before this area has any problems. So I would like to, I might as well get this fixed before I go off and try to expand the production system.
Yep, no worries, fair enough. I will. I'll pull them out slowly because right now everything else is backed up.
Okay.
Right, it doesn't need to be that slow. Everything else is backed up, so I can literally just whip them all out.
To sort itself out, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. If you want something to do, actually, you could start putting together the system on. You could go out to slightly selfishly, and I'm going to approve of my own selfishness by saying it's because I'm the streamer and therefore the face in inverted commas, that I think. It would make sense for me to be the one who actually works through trying to set up the Arcolink storages, because there's a couple of little funny steps that you need to do, I believe. But if you want to choose an appropriate asteroid field and go out to it and start setting up mines that just bring naquitite into a central place where it can then be put into the teleport chests, then I would certainly not complain about that. That would be quite useful.
No worries. I've just pinged a chest of 20 landers.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If you put them into...
the system's already rebalanced.
Oh, good.
That's fast.
Excellent. If you want to put them into this chest... That did ping. Yes, it did ping. Then the things will actually just get made. So it makes very little difference, because it's just a case of carrying them over. Yep. If they're in there, then that's just that's done initially or already.
No worries, boss. And then when the Caladrian or the Deep Space Exploration ship get back, I will start loading up to head on out to an asteroid field.
Okay, yeah.
You'll want the Deep Space Exploration for that, and you'll want to grab the arcospheres that are in that. There's 20 odd, I think.
Oh, that's convenient. So to replace the ones that have just been taken out.
That work? Well, I mean, we're running roughly 200 in the system.
200 seems to be a good number. It's not the bare minimum. But it's not a silly number that requires too much effort to get, and it just keeps the system running quite nicely, in my limited experience.
There is. I just put them straight into the machine direct there rather than into a chest.
Cool. That is also perfectly acceptable.
Yes. Didn't see the point in putting it there to let an inserter move it over. That just felt
Yeah,
mean on the inserter. You inserter, I could do this, but you will do it for me.
Work harder, little inserter thing. Hello, Tempe. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, Tempe.
And where we have a lack of frozen methanes. So we'll just... Eventually, we'll get to the point in the train where the methane ice is, and we'll actually unload the stuff. But yeah, vulcanite stacks pretty highly, so you can it takes quite a long time to unload because, well, big stacks do. How do we power the planets? Nearly all of the planets are powered by massive quantities of solar like this, because solar is easy, cheap. You just dump it down and it just works. And because we have space elevators, they can carry the power down to the planet from all of them. There are a couple of exceptions though. So Snowdrop, because it's blooming miles away from the sun, has a solar effectiveness of 22%. So because of that, this one has a beam receiver. So we've got a beam emitter in an orbit that's firing a beam at Snowdrop, which is then we're using water and heat exchangers and turbines and so on to produce power as if it was a nuclear power plant. Essentially, there used to be nuclear power plants in here, which is why it's fairly old tech, using old-fashioned turbines rather than the modern ones. So it was just a direct swap-in replacement. We have a couple of other exceptions, though. Only one exception, actually, because Stardust is also using a beam receiver. On my previous run, I didn't use a beam receiver in my asteroid field. I flew out a spaceship to it, and then just unloaded unloaded steam from the spaceship to power the... pumped water in from the asteroid field space station into the spaceship, where it was boiled into steam, and the steam was pumped back out into tanks in the space station. And that worked quite well. Oh yes, you will have to think of a way to produce power, Mike, in the other asteroid field, because it might be too far away for a beam receiver to be realistic. But exactly how you do that is up to you.
Wind turbines.
I know there's a lot of methane ice out in those places, but I'm not sure that's the right sort of wind. The other exception to our power systems is out in Fenestra, which is too far from anywhere to get any kind of solar power or beam power or anything like that. So here we're using singularity reactors, and we're shipping out large quantities of liquid matter, which go into these tanks here. They get put into little cans that then get passed around and eaten up by these machines, and that keeps that running. So there are a number of different ways you can power your different outposty areas. Now, where was I? I was doing Talosian things. So the
So before you talk about that, quick question for you. In terms of input, because I've watched the videos, but I don't remember the detail. Setting up naquitite processing.
Yes.
You're shipping out, as I can see here, crushed naquitite. So you want that to go into arc link storage, I'm assuming.
I was thinking let's be lazy to start with, and let's just ship the uncrushed
naquitite.
And then we'll crush that on site, because then we can productivity module it when it gets to Talos. If at some point we discover that we need it to flow faster than that, then we can start processing it on site and crushing it on site, and then shipping the crushed stuff, because then we can ship more through. But for now, I thought let's be lazy about it. Let's do it the easy way rather than making things harder for us. You will need sulfur and water and iron to make the sulfuric acid that you need for mining. Now, my intention is to put the sulfur and the iron ingots into the Arcolink chest to go in the other direction. So you'll need to set it up to make sure it doesn't completely fill it up with naquitite, and that it takes the others out as and when they're needed. I assume we'll use a transmitter to make sure that correct amounts go in. Or alternatively, I could make it just load up until there's maybe 100 of each in the Arcolink chest, because I believe you can cable onto them.
I really hope you can, because otherwise that's going to be really awkward.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that you can, but I don't know where I'm basing that on.
It's just signal transmitters, if you can't.
Yeah, we could come up
you
with
just
a way
do
to
a one-in, one-out system with a couple of memory cells.
You only send stuff if there's space outside that chest.
Yeah, you have it feed directly out into a warehouse or something. Yeah,
that'd work.
These are all possible.
If we're sending water as a liquid,
can't send water as a liquid. There are two possibilities for water. Either we also send ice out through it, or you find a good water ice patch in the asteroid field that you think will keep you going for quite a long time.
Ice patch. Okay.
I think probably the former, probably sending water ice through from Talos, because we have cryonite, and I'm sure there's water on this planet somewhere. Not much of it, but there is water on this planet, so that can be achieved.
Yeah. I suppose if I was to use a just send barrels of sulfuric acid and have barrels looping permanently through. That reduces the total number of belts you can use by 1 on Talos. Actually, not necessarily theory. It would take up some of the headspace, in quotes.
Yeah, it would mean there'd be a little bit of empty barrels coming back, which is not ideal, but not the end of the world. It's certainly not impossible, but it also feels
in terms
non-ideal.
It's all non-ideal. I mean, however you float it, you've got to put something through somewhere. I suppose you've got to have an outward bound stream. Sulfuric acid is cheap, so why not just send the sulfur and the iron?
That was my thinking.
Yeah,
also there's too much sulfur and too much iron on Talos at the moment, and I want to get rid of some of it.
Yeah, fair. At the moment.
Oh yeah, I mean it'll all have to be shipped out in the spaceship, and we'll probably have problems with that because it's going to be a lot of it. But we'd have the same problems even if we made the sulfuric acid on Talos and shipped it out in barrels. The barrels is not an impossible way to do things, but it does feel like a worse way.
It's a very old-fashioned way of doing it, but yes. Right, pre-cargo wagons on trains, that's how you do fluids on trains. Which is why there are barrel recipes, because otherwise why would you ever bother? There are a few reasons, but most of them are bad. Most of them pertain to mods, ultimately.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where all that methane ice went. I think the system just ate it all while I wasn't looking because I can't find it. I think it must have just got turned into naquium already.
Is there any reason why Creepy Hollow has a pre-generated surface?
The name sounds familiar. So
Asteroid belt top right. I'm guessing there's no Arcosphere collected or launched according to the Infotron.
It's quite possible that a creepy top right.
Not Infotron, sorry.
I don't know.
Infotron as well.
I could believe that I accidentally scanned it, looking at it, and then forgot to delete it. But it has basically no naquitite, so there's no point in going there. So no, I don't know why I would have looked at it. But
okay. Any objections to me deleting the surface?
Not from me.
No.
Yeah, it's gone.
So I didn't delete the surfaces of the ones I launched Arcospheres from last time.
No worries.
They're sort of bottom right-ish.
That's fine. Whilst I remember last time, because previously I was using the player has visited planet tag to tell me which runes are done and not done. Obviously that won't work anymore. Can we just deprioritize the ones that we've done? Give them a priority of -1 or something.
Or just drop them back down to 0.
Or is it, 0 works.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do the ones that I have player visited on.
Thank you. I'll do the ones that I've done.
Right, so Winey's asking about having difficulty sending power back through an elevator. Now, when you link up an elevator, you do have to you have to attach a cable, as you can see here. There are actually 3 cables going through this one because we have lots and lots of we're sending signals through as well. But you have to put in a copper cable, the orange one, in order to send the power through the elevator. And you have to attach it to the center part of the elevator, not the outer part. I don't even know if you can attach it to the outer part, but it's the center part that will transmit the power through. And when you do that, it connects both of your electric networks. So this one now has, you can see up here, we've got all the things that are in orbit, like the particle accelerator, but there's presumably going to be a load of stuff that's on the ground as well. Like here we go, these centrifuges, these are all ground-based machines, but they still appear on here because they're all part of the same network. So if you're already short, if you're a bit short of power already on either side, then or in total, then you'll see as soon as you link them up, you'll see there'll still be a shortage of power. But if you just put out more and more solar, eventually you should get to a point where it will keep everything on the ground powered. So yeah, that should work. You should be able to send power through the elevator. You can also, of course, view opposite end. And down here, you can see we've also got cables coming out to pylons. Now, if you put in a pylon, does it automatically link? Yes, it does automatically link to the elevator like that. So, okay, you shouldn't need to put in the cable. You shouldn't need to put the power cable in manually. It should do that automatically for you. But make sure it's within range. Other than that, I'm not sure what your problem could be, I'm afraid. Hello, Mike P. Welcome to the stream, or other Mike, as I think we sometimes call you. Unfortunately, I think there's at least 3 mics now, which is very, very awkward. Right.
You can never have too many mics, it is known.
Well, here's another one. And
I assume each of us is talking into one.
Heyo.
I'm fairly sure we've got one that doesn't listen properly.
I do look more healthy, thank you. It's that setup I did yesterday.
Quite. All right. So where? My first question is, where's the shopping list? Oh, it's this one. This is the shopping list I want. So here, I want to set that methane ice to a lot more than that. There we go. That'll mean that now back over in Norbit of that one. That's the elevator. That's not the bit of Norbit I wanted to look at. No, that's terrace. Lost end. There we go. So now there is a lot more methane ice being fed through. So that'll hopefully allow us to bring, just a little bit more over, and things will all, and that'll sort out all of our problems. Maybe at the very least, it'll mean we'll stop wasting all of that useful methane ice that Marc is sending over from Big Rid. So that'll be very useful. Amusing story. On the way actually to the office and back from the office, I was driving around the north side of London, and I saw a sign to the North Orbital and immediately thought, heh, Norbit. No, not that way. That way. So this will, in the long run, hopefully, will eventually solve out all our problems. So where is the Talos naquium chip? It's on its way back out now. Okay, good. So that should have a couple of thousand in there, so that's going to help. It's hopefully not more than the spaceship can carry. The methane ice is being dealt with slightly weirdly because we want to bring over as much as possible, but if there isn't any available, then it doesn't matter. So it might not break things, but it might. Yes, Screeve, that's pretty much what I was thinking. The sushi line of sulfur, iron, and water ice would be best. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yes, I like that plan. Screeve has pointed out that if we use an inserter to load the iron and the sulfur into the teleport chest, we could then, and we use a long-handed inserter. Oh no, it still wouldn't work. I was going to say yes. We could then have that. We could still have 8 belts going in, but no, you'd need to have each belt needs to have a loader and then a piece of belt before it can be turned. So we would still need to have a loader coming to bring it out.
You could have a long-handled inserter taking stuff out in that same space, though.
True. One putting in and one putting out, taking out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we could get slightly more. We could get like 7.5 belts worth or something like that. So it's slightly better. Yeah, we could do that. Although I suspect that Screeve is suggesting it because that way you don't the inserter. You can use the smarts on the inserter, which the loader doesn't have to control the loading and unloading. I was planning to do that with using a signal transmitter. But it could be slightly easier to have to use logic on the chest. So you say insert into the chest for anything that is below a certain amount on the in the teleport chest, and then have it unload from there anything that's needed in a certain amount into a chest on the other side. That would allow. Well, it would remove the needs to have a signal transmitter. Anyway, I don't know, but I'm not sure how much we care about that. Yeah, so we could do it either way, either with a loader or with an inserter. I suspect the superior inserter would be fast enough, especially if it's going into another chest. So I don't think it matters too much either way. But yeah, that. Actually, how far have you got to go before you get back and things start to work again? 2 seconds. Nice. Seconds are quite long in this game. There we go. Plip. Right, so and the train is parked here. That's convenient. So it's got plenty of inactivities waiting for us to load up with stuff. So we'll get that filled up, and then that can go. Let's take another look at the to-do list while we're waiting for that to run, because I feel there's no point in just sitting here staring at a train while it loads. Let's go and program those blue warehouses on Norvis, because that's an easy thing to do, and I hopefully won't get too distracted and can then come back and sort out the other thing. Right, so along here we've got all these blue warehouses. These are now, the idea of these is that they'll pull stuff out of the logistics system. So for example, I can come along here and I can say this one is a processed fuel warehouse. So if we tell this to pull processed fuel out, and then we'll see how much comes over and turn it off very, very quickly if it turns out we're bringing it over crazy quantities because we're putting it into the logistics system somewhere else. I can't see processed fuel. Let's use the search function since it's there. There we go. Oh, it was in there, I just couldn't see it. So let's ask for 100. Oh no, let's ask for, how much have we got in here at the moment? 15,000, okay. Well, we'll ask for 20,000 then. So there is 100 being brought over and then 0 in storage. So that's a good amount. That makes me think that a stack got put into storage somewhere and it's being brought over. The bots haven't gone absolutely nuts and tried to bring over a bajillion, and there is 0 in logistic storage. So that looks like that's worked nicely. That's what I wanted. Over here we can do the same with rocket fuel, which I can find. Oh, there's processed fuel. Again, I'd say 20,000 just because why not? And this one, oh no, we're getting an obscene amount of that coming over. So we can't do rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is already being put into logistic storage somewhere, so we don't want to do that one. These ones, the beryllium bulkheads, that I think is going to be an amount, a convenient, sensible amount to pull out. There is none in the logistics system, so that's work. That has not been until. Oh no, wait, there isn't. There's a robot port missing, so we need to tell you to be in normal mode. Now what do you think? You think 152 on the way. Yeah, that looks acceptable. That's sort of amount that I'm okay with bringing over by bot. Then over here, same with holmium. Yes, those holmium cables. We're pulling over 52 to be brought over, and there's -2 in logistic storage. Well done there. And then same with the solenoids. Yep, 360. That's an acceptable number, and it's clearly emptied all of the storage out with that. And I do want to put. Actually, I don't want to put buffer chests on these. I don't. Oh, I'm not really sure. What are you? You're water ice. Is there another? No, that won't work. So I want to put in one of these in here to give me the coverage to get those two. I'll come back to those because, as I said, I want to kind of monitor them as we go, just in case something goes silly like that, like the rocket fuel one did.
The rocket fuel might just be we have a lot in the chest of shame.
Yeah, I'm okay. The heavy bearings might have been the same. So that's 2,400, but it has now got to 0, so I think that's all right. Shall I give the rocket fuel another try then and just have a look and see what the number is and see how much I panic?
Yeah, so I expect the request amount to just slowly go up.
Oh yeah, it's about 6. There's 3,000 on the way. There's 600. That number does seem to be going down fairly quickly. All right. Yeah, that seems to be going steadily downwards. Yeah, that might be all right. We may be having a little bit of a bot frenzy, for which I apologise a tiny amount. I'll come back. I will come back to that one as well, though, just to make sure it looks like it's still being sensible.
Yeah, heavy bearings are being loaded into a red chest.
Are they? Oh. Okay, alright, I better turn. But they're not being picked up from it. There's 2,400 in there.
No, there's 2,400 being picked up from there.
Oh, I see. Alright. Why are they being put into
now, potentially that shouldn't be...
Perhaps I shouldn't be there at all. Alright, I'll turn the heavy bearing one off. Because that should... Yeah, we don't want to be transporting stuff around by bot like that. Yeah, I feel like there shouldn't be a red chest there with that sort of thing in it.
I've limited it to not fill any of the slots up for now.
Okay.
And oh, can use the factory search. Look for that sort of thing, can't we?
We can search for red chests, but the thing is there are supposed to be a lot of red chests for things like...
No, can we search for requests?
That's a good question. Search factory.
Request, yes.
Oh,
I'm searching for heavy bearings.
You want providing, not... You want red chests, not blue or green chests, though.
No, I want requests because I want. I'm checking whether.
Oh, whether there's anywhere that's relying on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I suppose we could turn these into green chests down here. Maybe that'd be sensible. Beryllium poles, 20,000. I don't know why I'm picking 20,000 for all of these, but I seem to be. Yeah, there's a couple of hundred of them. We'll bring them over. So I guess what I'll do is in a little while I'll come along and check all of these to make sure that it's not getting disappearing somewhere where it shouldn't. Right, methane ice might be an interesting one because I think that might get carried around by bots anyway when it gets brought down and dumped into the system. I'm honestly not sure.
No, methane ice gets loaded into a train.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. Immersite crystals. And we're not getting any of that, so that's good. That's tidy already. Cryonite rods. Nope, none of that. Fertilizer. We seem to have that. That needs to go into construction mode. I don't know why I can't say fertilizer without saying it in some sort of offensive West Country accent.
They're needed. So bearings are needed for exoskeleton 3s.
Right. Okay.
Which for
do you want to turn that one into a?
Do
you want to turn that one into a buffer chest? And I'll make sure the one that they're being put into a buffer chest, and I'll tell this to not request from buffer chests. Because then it'll still pull stuff out of the logistics system, but we'll also be able to use it elsewhere.
Ah, I see. Yeah, can do that.
Because I'm mostly thinking if something gets demolished or something like that.
Yeah,
and that would work with
the one you're talking about is the provider one, not the.
Yes, turn the provider into a green, and
Yep.
and then this one can not request from greens. Rocket fuel might be because of personal supply. That is a good point, Doopy. Although generally I'd think we get loaded up in space. However, that is a good point. And also on the same note, should then therefore probably be a green chest as well for the same reason. And I can tell these to not request from buffer chests, which they already aren't. So that might work. It feels weird that we've got a storage of accumulators down here, but yeah, I know they get used for lots of stuff. So it makes sense, but it's also weird. It's completely full. Right, I see. Okay, so that's just not going to request them. I think I might remove that one because accumulators again are going to be a thing that's just supplied to the system. So right, that's now reasonably well set up. I shall also try and find where all this rocket fuel is coming from and green that. Oh, a lot of it's been pulled out of here. Do we actually make rocket? Let's find out where we make rocket fuel and then go and check that area. So, rocket fuel, not all surfaces, products and machines that produce this item. Where's it being made? Yes, we have accumulated a lot of accumulators. You're quite right, no card. Very good. Come on, we must be making rocket fuel somewhere. Because, well, we just must be, surely. Presumably it's going to be in the medium oil area, but we shall see. Also, let's line up these up so places. Snap. Okay. Search faster, please. All right. Because I have a very short attention span, I'm going to take another look at the to-do list while we do this.
So, quick question for you: are you genuinely powering Stardust from a beam receiver?
Yes, I genuinely am. It takes quite a long time to heat it up, but once it's heated up, it's okay.
And that beam receiver is firing from Kalidas?
Yes.
Yep.
If you go to a more distant asteroid field, you might want to put if you do and you use beam power, you might want to put it in a closer place.
I have a cunning plan.
I wonder if it's the same as the one I just thought of, which
is to pick a thing next to a star.
Ah, that was not my cunning plan. My thought was, what if we made matter cubes and shipped them out in the teleport chest?
I thought about that.
Near where Marc's going. And putting an anchor.
I mean, that is normally
field.
That's the same core concept. It's looking for the right. Ooh, Broken Mirror has what looks like a reasonable chunk of aquatite and water ice.
That's convenient.
And it's quite near Marc's ass.
Good. I didn't even know Marc had a donkey, but good.
It's nearer to Asimus than Stardust is to Kalidas.
Okay, that's convenient, because then it just means it'll charge it up a bit more quickly. Although the amount of time it takes to build out a good naquium mining system is probably less than it takes to heat up a beam receiver. So as long as you put the beam receiver down first, it'll probably be all right. As I discovered when I did it, and so I think I tried to find various shortcuts for heating it up, like connecting it up to the spaceship or dismantling a spaceship from around it, and it turned out to just not be worth it. It takes long enough to build up an outpost that by the time the outpost was done, the thing had heated up. I found where rocket fuel is being made. It doesn't seem to be being put into the logistics system, so I'm happy with just pulling rocket fuel out, and it'll clean out all of these chests up here, which seems to have actually more or less happened now. And now we should be okay. There's still some stuff in here that probably shouldn't be here, like these telemetries should be in the appropriate place to be made into science. The these data cards should be in space, and so on and so on. But most of it is fairly innocuous stuff, and we're not going to worry about it too much. So, Tristan, did you do the train that brings stuff up for energy science?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you've
I've
just
doubled
increased
the amount of what's name that's requested, which is why that belt is now empty.
Holmium ingots or things in general?
Yes. Holmium ingots.
Right. Okay. Cool. It seems to have got right. Yes, the train is still not full because we've run out of holmium. Right. Gotcha. Is that just waiting for it to all filter through from the planet at the moment?
I currently haven't looked at that.
Okay, that might be a priority.
Sure.
Right. We still don't have any methane snow down here. Not right. View. There we go. Over here, we've got some methane snow in the train. A decent amount of it. Let's send the train back down. Oh, it's about to go anyway because it's been inactive for a while, but let's be impatient and send it anyway. So you can now go. That'll bring a bit more of the no, not naquium ice, methane ice down, and then train will bring it over to here. It'll get unloaded, and then it'll probably just vanish very, very quickly as it all gets eaten up. But never mind. In fact, you know what? I'm going to dispatch the spaceship to go and get some more methane ice because I think we're going to run out. I know it's not got very much naquium in it, only a couple of hundred, but even so, I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. Grab some more methane ice, please. even if the spaceship does a load of journeys it doesn't strictly need to do, I think that's worthwhile because if we can we need to get the naquium production up and running again. As you can see, we've not got anything coming through here, and that is not good enough. We need to have a good, healthy supply of naquium to keep all of the sciences running, because I think that's what we're limited by at the moment on all these sciences we're trying to do. We don't have enough naquium, therefore we don't have enough deep space science packs, therefore we just can't science, and absolutely everything requires the deep space sciences. Does this even? Oh, yes, it does even. It gets passed through to
Apparently,
here.
well, the statistics of Broken Mirror imply that it's got huge amounts of naquitite available. Struggling to find any.
The patches are quite widely spaced on Realm of Shadow. No, Stardust. Which if you have a look at it, you'll see they're quite a long way apart. So you may have to do quite a bit of scanning before you actually find them. Alternatively, it might be that despite the stats looking good, it's not as good as it appears to be, and it might be worth checking somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I thought I found one of like 90k. Yeah, there you are. One of 90k.
That's a bit pathetic.
That's all I've seen so far.
It is quite difficult to tell the difference between. Oh no, there's very little purple at all. It's quite difficult to tell the difference between rare metals and naquitite, annoyingly. Yeah, that's
actually quite.
You haven't gone that far out yet, I don't think.
True, but I was rather hoping to see a lot more. You look at how much it reckons it's got.
Yeah, I'm trying to judge. It's very hard to judge distances. I'm trying to compare the patches that are found on Stardust, how far out they are to the patches you found. How far out they are.
Stardust has got frequency 651%. This has got frequency 298%, so it's half the frequency.
Might be worth trying to up the frequency.
Yeah, strictly speaking, this isn't the primary resource either. It's just because it had the top two were water, ice, and nitrate. So I might just
try a different one in that case.
Yeah,
you don't need it. You're not going to need a huge amount of water. All the water on Stardust is coming out of a patch that is currently at 442,000. It was probably at 500,000 when I started. I don't know. I'm kind of plucking that number out of the air. But that's being used for power generation and sulfuric acid generation, and it seems to be absolutely fine.
Yeah. No worries. I'm happy to keep looking.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Right, so there we go. We have the methane ice has all been melted now. So yeah, when I was saying, wow, that stuff evaporates quickly, it has all gone into this machine. There's 2,800 in there. The pipes are full at the moment. But still, that disappeared really, really quickly. I guess there are a lot of machines that are all trying to use it. And with the way the system is set up, because I ran out of blue belts, we're not even using the additional naquium production systems over here. Those currently will only be used if methane ice gets brought over from Stardust. That's not how I want it to be. These belts will get built eventually and built and used and so on. But at the moment, that seems to be a bit of a limit. But, well, we've sent the spaceship off again, so that should allow this to catch up. And once it does, once there is enough over here for this system to sort of run well and long-term-ish, then I'll potentially replace these with red belts, because they don't need to be anything better, and just let that flow through. In fact, let's do that, because I do want the other system to run. And for sake of neatness, let's make that a red belt as well. Okay, so we can churn through some of that. I feel like things are going in the right direction for sorting out the methane ice problems over here. We're bringing more over in all of the spaceships that come here. I suppose I should check in Norbit just to make sure that we haven't run into a problem of trying to put too much stuff into one spaceship. That would be mildly embarrassing. No, it is all gone into just the warehouses. So we have the 20,000 or whatever it was I requested. That can just be shoved straight into the ship when it arrives, and it can depart again. Over here, as you can see, we have no naquium, which means that probably over here, we have a shortage of Deep Space Science being produced. Actually, no, we've got enough at the moment to keep that running. So we do have the Deep Space Science 2 packs flowing out at a rate. And actually, we have plenty of everything. Okay, so the science... Oh, no, I take that back. We've run out of Astro 3s. Oh, for goodness sake. Why have we run out of Astro 3s? Let's play Follow the Belt. Running a bit low on Astro 2s as well. Those may well be linked. Astro 3s are being... Oh, they're all being turned into Astro 4s. That's why we're having trouble. Yeah, that old chestnut. So because we're trying to use all 4 of them for this, they're all being pulled through, and that means all of the 3s that are being made are getting turned into 4s rather than being... No, actually all of them are being turned into... yes, are being turned into 4s rather than carrying on as 3s. So that's... It's just how it is. I've rambled on at great length before how this one is these particular researches are particularly difficult because they take all 4 of the Astros and 2 of the deep spaces, and therefore your system is put under a lot more strain than it would normally be. So tough, basically. We'll try and do a different something completely different for the next science project. Maybe energy weapon damage or mining productivity if the bio's caught up, or I don't know, or some more of these things as well. Perhaps any of these would be absolutely fine because they only use 1 of each type of science, so that's not too bad. Right, so okay, there's not a lot I can do about this. This system, unless I... Please don't zoom in on random things. Right, this system, unless I go in and do something manual, like changing the number that this is watching for over here, it's going to just fill up with... it's just going to keep making the 4s until we fill the system up completely with 4s, and then some of the 3s will be able to escape. I'm tempted to tweak this number. It's filling up to 5k. It's at 3.2k.
You could connect it to the one next to it as well and say if there's less 4s than 3s.
Yeah, well, all right. Yeah, let's do that. That's complicated and interesting. So let's do it. So if 4s is less than Astro 3s, like that. There we go. And it stopped. Hurrah! So that'll now stop. These will eventually. I say eventually. They're coming through fairly quickly. These will fairly quickly back up down along here. And then we'll stop loading. Then we'll stop loading the 3s into here. The 3s will be able to flow through, and that'll start working. That's a nice idea. I quite like it. Good thinking. Could do it all the way along.
Do that on all the others as well. But...
Yeah, in the interest of completeness. I mean, it seems to be okay. The 2s seem to be coming through faster, and the 1s are being made quite a lot quicker because we've speed moduled them. And that, I suppose, is the other possibility: is to put some speed modules on some of these machines. But meh. Let's just go for the simple approach. Right, so that one we'll leave this one at when less than 5,000. We'll put this one in as when the 2s are fewer 2s than 1s, which they currently are apparently, and we'll put this one in when there's fewer 3s than there are 2s, which they currently are. So yeah, the 3s will now pour. In fact, was that a pile of 3s that came along then? No, I don't think it was because these are still unloading. Oh, there are some 3s coming in through now. Right, so yeah, that looks like it's sorted it. So we now get some 3s coming through up here. We can do a bit more science and maybe finish off this long-range star mapping. In a way, that's not improved things in the long run. However, if we can get this one done and go off and do a different research while we let this buffer fill back up again, then it's going to have made things better. I think things will generally be improved. Yes, like that, Tristan. Thank you. Okay. Where is the Talos Naquium ship? I can't see it, so it's probably in Norbit. Did I send it off? Yes, I did send it off. So it's probably... Yes, here it is. And it's loading up with lots and lots of juicy methane ice. Yeah, I've got about 10,000 in there so far, so it's probably about half full. And that naquium has poured out. Oh, that was enough naquium for the train to depart. So the train's gone somewhere. Gone to the naquium ingot right up here in the science area. So we are short of naquium. We don't have enough to fill the train back up again. But we're not as horrendously short as we could possibly have been. So... progress, I guess. Things are, yeah, happening, kind of.
We are at 181% productivity boost on one of our labs.
Nice. That's quite a lot
We
of
could do with
percentage.
3 more productivity modules.
Have to have a word with Mike about that. So 181 to 107 to 4. So 185 is the absolute, plus 185% is the maximum we can get with our current state of research if we just filled up with productivity modules. That's still, I mean, that is still quite a large number. Yeah, awesome. That's almost a 3 for 1 deal. It's pretty good. And okay, no, we're still not producing the tier 3 Astros quite quickly enough to keep the labs running constantly. That's kind of tragic. Oh well, never mind. This is why we need a chance to to accumulate science packs and let a buffer build up in this bufferomatron here. Right.
Tristan.
Yep.
That's not a tone of voice you want to hear. Oh yeah.
I'm assuming he's going to tell me what he's complaining about.
Yeah, I'd give that about 50-50.
Has to be you, ripping up all the scaffolding I so carefully placed.
Yeah, Tristan. Tristan, how could you do such a thing? It's shocking, appalling.
I'm appalled and shocked.
No, those have to be in there. There are pipes that go into nothing.
Pipes to nothing is very important.
Oh, those ones. Really?
Yes, really.
These ones here.
Don't you understand how physics works?
I do. It's we're playing with
He's studying
Tesseract.
maths, so what do you expect?
Yeah, fair
I think
point.
you'll find that physics is just an applied version of maths. And all I'm going to say is, if we're using lambdas to sort of dimensionally fold things,
It's actually connected to anything.
Yeah, but these underground pipes don't use lambdas.
yeah, but does anyone truly know how a pipe works? I mean, that's cutting edge technology.
Right, so I'll set this
Like a
to
belt, but for fluids.
minus 5,000. It still shows on there, which is important. And then, presumably, I can then link that to there. Doing. Right, there we go. Dirty fix done. So now we'll get the correct amount of naquium showing up on this chart down here because I had to monkey with some number. Was that minus 5,000? No, that should be plus 5,000. Because we're getting a very negative. Yeah, we're knocking 500 off it on the signals transmitted in order to make sure. Let's just check that. So at the moment we're seeing. Is this spread out anywhere? Is this fed into a feedy thing? Yeah, down here obviously. Is this the right place? Yes. So down here minus 5,000 naquium when we have 0. So over here I need to set this to 5,000 naquium. Boom, and then the graph will be correct. Right. So yeah, now this is still showing empty, but that's because we haven't got any naquium. When we have some naquium, those numbers will be correct. Oh dear. All right. I think that was the. I think I've now basically done all of the to-do list. It might be time to start playing with thingies, arco chests. Blue Warehouse has done that. We'll leave the Angelus mission until we're all free and looking for something to do. Dumped out the iron and sulfur, fine. Methane ice problems on Talos. I've worked on that. It's certainly better. Minus 5,000 stuff on Novice Receiver, yes. Cryonaut Logistics Tristan did, and at the bottom Tristan did. Right, let's I may have to leave this planet. It doesn't have things I need. Like Arcolink chests. So, can we have some frames, please? Thank you. No, not view opposite end. Press the correct buttons, Laurence. There we go. Ride. And where's my spaceship? Did I not bring my ship here as well? Or has Tristan nicked it to be funny?
No, your spaceship's in orbit.
That's interesting. I thought I brought both of them over, yours and mine. Apparently not. Blue. Oh, maybe it's filling up with useful stuff. It is filling up with useful stuff. Gosh. Oh, I see. Because we're dismantling all of this spare scaffolding. It's all getting taken over to storage somewhere and then brought out to me.
So that's mostly me. I'm not saying that I'm being picky about these things or impatient or whatever, but we had 0 scaffolding in the system. I'm actually thinking I should probably be looking.
Yeah, there was a sort of a seven. No, it's okay. The problem has been fixed. So the problem was that it wasn't being made because there weren't any low density structures coming in. There are now low density structures coming in relatively slowly. Because there is a long-handled inserter that's passing them. Okay, no, it's just an overflow. Okay, that's weird. I blame Tristan. Is it blame? Yes,
you needed more extra space for it.
I'm seeing there's chests along here, which are. I mean, it's coming through as a dribble, basically.
Yeah. The point is we were short of low density structures, and we were short of low density structures because I broke the cryonite system, and it turns out you need cryonite to make low density structures out of beryllium. So we weren't getting any low density structures. We're only cryonite over here, which meant we weren't making the beryllium scaffolds, which meant they weren't being made into low density structures. They are now being made at a reasonable speed, actually. There is a mostly solid blue belt of them coming out, of which some is then being taken away to be made into beryllium bulkheads, granted, but most of it is then going into a train to be taken away. There is now 13 stacks in the station because we're still playing catch up, so it's going to take a while for that to actually catch up and for us to have enough low density structures, but they are being made at about a rate of a blue belt.
The other Marc is taking away 99% of.
Oh yes, also that. Yeah, the requirements have shot up massively because of Marc.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I've selected Melancholia as a better place to go, but that means that I need to put down a dimensional anchor in another place. Well, I don't need to put down the dimensional anchor, but I do need to put down the beam. What's called?
Receiver. Emitter. Yes.
Well, both.
But it's the emitter that's relevant because that requires a large quantity of scaffolding. A beam receiver requires very little scaffolding.
True.
If my ship used now, power generation and
so there's a strong element of going. You know what? Some of this stuff is not necessary, so let's just
yeah.
The real storage is all of the odds and ends of.
All the spare bits are scattered around the entire space platform. Yes. Yeah. True. That is a way to look at it.
In the same way that's how Marc's been storing stone for the future on Norvis.
Yeah. Okay, so it would be absolutely fine if I went over and just grabbed all of that and took it away to somewhere else.
The stone. As long as there's use for it.
I mean, if you can spare the UPS to rip it all up, yeah, sure.
Hey, we could just store everything like that rather than putting in all these chests everywhere. Let's just scatter all the spare stuff on the floor and pick it up when we need it.
Joking aside, that would be an interesting challenge run. I would not want to do it for K2SC.
Sounds like a streaming idea.
So a no chest run where you just dump stuff on the floor and then have other inserters pick it up. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to use bots.
I wouldn't necessarily go
at all.
Oh yeah, you would. Yeah.
Well, I suppose actually, no, you wouldn't. You could bots can pick stuff up off the floor, but they can't then do anything with it useful. I don't think. At least not on an automatable scale, and you can only ever put one thing at a time on the floor with each inserter.
Yeah, you'd have to make some sort of allowance, like you can only use one of each colour of chest or something.
Doopy says you could use the belt overflow mod, where stuff just pours off the end of belts and goes onto and ends up on the floor.
Yeah, nice.
And that is indeed definitely a mod.
That used to be, way back in the day, how Factorio belts actually worked. They did genuinely dump stuff on the floor, and that was stopped because it was deemed really irritating.
Yeah, I can see how it would be.
Yeah, it was done
Could you
because
place
that's
a
real.
link to that mod in the Discord, please?
Yeah, Marc would like to add it to his Pioneerdons run.
Yeah, my feel is that there are some mods that encourage, real silliness
Masochism.
and experimentation.
Yeah.
And there are mods where you're like, yeah, no, with this one, I'm going to actually sit there and really seriously think about my design principles.
Sometimes you look at a mod and go, ha, that's quite funny. But I wouldn't want everyone to actually try and play with it.
Yeah. In fairness, is it Renai Transportation?
Oh,
One
yes,
which has
yeah.
jumping trains and things like that.
That does sound
looks
quite
like
entertaining.
good fun, but I would hate to do anything other than the most simple of bases.
Well, presumably you don't have to do silly things with it. You could just have your trains running as normal, and then you just use a jump where you want to cross two major lines over. Instead, use it as an early version of the Factorio² bridges.
I mean, you could do that, but that'd be really boring way to.
Oh well, yeah.
If you're installing that mod, you've got to use it to its with thrower inserters and bouncy pads. And
Yeah.
if you're going to install that and then just use it normally, what's the point? Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, I forgot to tell my ship to set off because it was busy filling up with stuff. Doopy has pointed out I could just fly back in the naquium ship. Now that it's finished unloading all of its methane ice. Let's do that. Wob wob wob. Plib. This ship is getting a lot of extra exercise. Right, so I believe, and don't correct me if I'm wrong because I'm going to find out empirically, that when you place down an Arco-linked storage chest, it becomes permanently, or at least permanently for as long as it's down, it is assigned the surface that it is currently on. So if you put and will link to any other Arco chest that is assigned to the same surface. So what I'm going to do. Actually, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about this when I get to them and can start demonstrating things, just in case I'm right, and then I can sort of show things working rather than just talk about it. And that's going to be a lot more interesting. That's not the button I meant to press. I meant to press that button. Go back to tell orbit. Right, you have filled up. This 300 seconds of inactivity is kind of silly, but it's not filling up with quite as much other stuff as I expected it to. So. To be honest, when the system is running nicely, it doesn't really matter, because 5 minutes is more. The system on the ground can't produce an entire train's worth of naquium in 5 minutes, so it's absolutely fine having it take a bit longer. Yeah, these sciences do go a bit quicker. It's partly because they require a lot fewer. This is only a 500, for example, whereas the next long-range star mappings are 13,000, and also because we have the science packs available for them. And strangely enough, having the stuff you need makes things happen a bit more quickly. Right, and we can see the fuzzy methane ice going through down here. Yeah, so that's good. And this time we as I say, should have about 20,000 of it. So it should go a little bit further. And we put these belts in now, so we can get the brand new system, the one I built last stream. I won't say last week because it ain't. It'll get this one up and running as well. Ooh, I can check how many of the advanced modules we've managed to make by now as well. That'd be worth seeing. Probably none, because they are difficult and expensive and slow and time-consuming to make, and require exotic ingredients like vitalic reagent. So over here we have apparently none of them. Great. Explode. Hey, I actually managed to hit the mute button in time for that one. That's almost never happens. Right, so we've run out of vitalic reagent, as is traditional. If we look over here, we'll probably find it's just because we're getting through the stuff so blooming quickly. Actually, there is a load of it here. So it's down to here. Well, here comes the train. Dun 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 dun. And it's all going into bioscience. So the vitalic reagent drop there is bioscience. Space module city bioscience drop down here is that one. I could put in another spaceport biostuff pickup in down here, so it'll. After doing all of these, it'll reload, but it does make sense to prioritise the science, really. So, thank you, Doopy. Hello, Metbar. Welcome to the stream. Back to after a week of not playing. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether to say a week of not playing because I missed 1 week, or whether I should say 2 weeks of not playing because I only play once a week. But yeah, I'm back after the hiatus anyway. And we, yes, as I say, we have none of those. How short are we over here of the Vitalic reagent? Well, it's difficult to find the station, so yeah, here we go. There's none in the station. Oh, the belt isn't empty, but is visibly emptying before my eyes. Okay, so yeah, we may have throughput problems here, should we say? Oh, is this a specifically Vitalic reagent only train, or is it just only filled up with Vitalic reagent for some reason? That's weird. Oh, maybe there's a thing on the station that only fills it up with things that are being requested. I don't know. This isn't my train system, so I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Yes, I believe it only loads stuff that's wanted
Alright.
somewhere.
That makes me wonder if I'm sending out the correct. I'm probably not sending out a request for it. Because I didn't realise it did that. I've just been calling for it whenever I'm short of stuff. I think.
No, I fixed that. That's correct.
Oh yeah, yes, I am outputting a request for it. Okay, so that is working. Awesome. Thank you. Ugh. Don't eat and stream. Apparently it makes me cough. What's this? Oh yeah, matter science. No, advanced science, sorry. Oh, good grief. Oh, I see. We're just harvesting, as I stated, all of the spare scaffolding, just everywhere. That's mildly horrendous. Right, so my next question, where am I? Where's my ship? Or not my ship, this ship. Currently 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Okay. So, 2.5 minutes. No, a bit more, 3 minutes. Oh, can't click on a Melancholia. I was wondering how it was going. Right, so now, if I take yet another look at Talos, we'll hopefully find that everything is just running nicely here, because we've got a nice healthy stream of methane ice coming in here. It's getting used up as fast as it's being made, and the pipe has filled up 1/3 of the way. This is alarming. We seem to get through rather a lot of it. This pipe is full. Yeah, we are burning through the methane ice as fast as we're feeding it in. So it's coming in at a... Is that a blue belt under? Yes, we're coming in at a solid blue belt rate. And we are using it up at that rate. That's horrifying. Maybe I need to put prod mods. I can't put prod mods in here. They wouldn't. I'm not allowed to, because it's just changing state of something, I guess. That is okay. It's not being used up quite as quickly as it's being produced, so that is going up over there. And over here, the amount being output, the amount in the output is. Well, actually, yeah, it's being we're creating the methane gas slightly faster than we're using it up, but I don't know how long this supply of it is going to last. So we've got approximately none in there. We've got 8,000 left in here, so we've ripped through half of it, or more than half of it already. This is crazy. I had honestly not realised the methane ice got used up in quite these sort of quantities. And I'm going to turn the light on because I can see I'm starting to glow red on the webcam view. There we go, slightly more normal colour. Or at least a slightly more typical colour for me. Oh, there we go. There's the evidence of it starting, of us using it up slightly slower than we're producing it at the moment, because the belt is starting to back up. And the good nice thing about that is it means more of it will therefore run down this belt. Well, this belt is nearly full, being a red one, and so this machine will be able to fill up its buffers slightly more quickly. Can you convert matter to methane? I don't think so. Alright, so methane gas is, oops, that was the wrong button, is made from methane ice, is made by making vitamelange, and it's got out of barrels. Okay, so no. Methane ice is made from cryonite slush and methane gas. or by digging it up out of the ground, or by voiding it, trying to void it. Okay, so no is the short answer. You can't turn matter into methane. You say there were enough ingots for a bit. I mean, yes, the ingots are flowing again now, but we get through quite. We try to get through quite a lot of naquium. Actually, yeah, we've stopped passing it through. That's weird. Are we short of... We're not short of power. We're short of power again! Oh, for crying out loud. I thought I'd fixed that last week. Okay, so we have a power shortage, which means we're not letting the methane... We're not letting the naquium through. Right, okay, that's another... So... Speechless. Okay, so we need more than 12 gigawatts, and we're producing 8 from... many solar panels. So I'm going to need to get a load more of those. Now, conveniently, my personal ship is filling up with them. If we go and find the blue, here it is. Here is the blue. It is filling up with. Well, it's got up to 500 solar panels and 185 scaffoldings. So again, as like with everything else, we're just very short of scaffolding. Maybe I'll go and rip some up not by hand, but by my own personal bots. Yeah, that's problematic. Of course, funny thing is that over here we have more than twice the amount of power we need, but I suspect it's quite possible if we turned everything on over here that we'd end up using a lot more power. Am I there yet? Yes, I probably am actually. Nope, actually still not quite there. Oh, I got to Norbit and it turned round and took me back again because I wasn't paying attention. So it's filled up with methane ice again, except it hasn't. It picked a small amount of it up. Let's go back to Norbit and try and keep an eye on it this time. I'm only 26 seconds away, so I can jump out quickly when it arrives. Yeah, ha indeed. Watch that number very carefully. This is the problem of using an automated ship for transport. And I've run it... I should have expected it to happen, because I've run into this problem often enough with trains, where you borrow a train and send it somewhere, and then because where you send it to is only a 5-second temporary station, it ends up leaving again just after it gets there when you're not looking because you're not paying attention properly. And unlike with trains, I can't just hop out at some random point and walk the rest of the way. 1. I have arrived. Blip. There we go. And now the ship will probably depart again in about 20 seconds or something. Right. So let's go and play with some Arco Link chests because I'm kind of curious about this. Shows went very well, thank you. Yeah, had a great time. It was a long week because show week tends to be well. I'll get up. Oh, that's a lot of lag. I'll get up in the morning. I'll say go to work. I mean, going to work means walk down the hallway and sit in front of a computer and start working. So at least I didn't have a commute to worry about this time. But yeah, work for the day, and then almost immediately after work, then head off to the Playhouse for that evening's show. The show will be maybe 2.5 hours, and there's a reasonably high chance that I'll stop for a pint or two afterwards in the bar. Then back home again, and then to bed, and rinse and repeat for the entire week. Then on Saturday, just to make things even more exciting, we had 2 shows. So I pressed land well before I got to the end of the scaffolding there, mate. Yeah, we had 2 shows. We did a matinee and then an evening show. And then we had 2 parties, and so I eventually ended up getting home at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the Sunday, having also gone back to the Playhouse before that to help with the get out of just packing everything up. Oh, there are the Arco Link chests. So yes, it was certainly a day. So it was certainly a week rather, or several weeks. Right. So these have become number 7. Presumably that's because Norbit is surface number 7. I wonder if there's any indication of that, and there is not. But both of these have got the same signal on them. So, and now, for example, I could chuck something in there, like some productivity modules, and they appear in both of these chests. If I take them out of that one, they disappear from that one as well. So the point being, these chests both share inventory number 7. So you can put something in one of them and it'll appear in the other one. Now, I believe if I pick them back up again like this, if I put them down somewhere else on a different surface, and let's go and use my spaceship to test this because it's a convenient thing that I can just grab and take off with and so on. they will not still be on number 7. So this means that you can't just put one down on a surface somewhere where you want something to be, and then go off and put another one down on another surface and then program them like you can with many, many other Factorio things. Like, for example, the signal transmitters and receivers. You put a signal transmitter down on one surface, you put a receiver down on another surface, and then you configure them to be on the same channel. Arcolink storages, you can't do that. So, for example, if I come down here, if I touch. This lag is really annoying when you're trying to fly around reasonably accurately. Touchdown? Thank you. So, if I put one of them down... Where have they gone? There they are. And with all the rest of the chests, of course they are. So I put one down there. Poof, it's number 7 because of the surface I put it on. Now, the question is, does on this ship count as a different surface? No. Okay, that was roughly what I was expecting. So if I pick that back up again, and then we undock from here, like that. Now, if I put one of these down, I expect it to be a different number. No, it's still a 7. Okay.
We have a processed fuel loop on those.
Oh, I was hoping that wouldn't happen.
Oh.
All right, let's take a quick look at that, and before I come back and look at this again, because it's not done quite what I expected it to do.
I pinged the chest.
Thank you. Right, I see. Yeah, so that should be a green chest, and then all will be well.
Alternatively, that should just be removed.
Yeah, also possible, but this if it's still there as a green chest, then it means if we have a shortage of, if we have a train run out of fuel somewhere, it can be fixed just by putting down a requester chest.
Yeah, I normally request rocket fuel if I'm doing that,
Okay.
because I know it'll be available.
Yeah, we're not requesting from buffer chest down here, so that's fine. The other possibility, of course, would have been to make all of these down here into green chests and request large numbers. It would have required the same fixing, but then it would have meant some stuff would have been requestable. Anyway, going back to my experimentations with Arcolinks, this has come down and is now a 7 as well. So over there on the right, it says, container linked by extra dimensional space to other containers. Links to the container depend on the surface it is first placed on. So perhaps it means because I put it down somewhere, it has now been permanently linked as a Norbit chest, which is slightly silly given where we're going to put it, but never mind, we probably won't use any more of them. So this is now, this may well be permanently be a chest 7. Let's pick it up again and see if we can tell from here. It doesn't say anything there. So I'm
or
not...
you're still in Norbit, in quotes.
That's possible. I don't think I am, though. But alright, let's fly to a nearby moon. Let's fly to Aereo orbit. And see what happens there. Actually, no, let's go to Dracket orbit, because that's somewhere we've already explored. No, we won't have explored Dracket orbit. Let's check which one's closest. Aereo. Okay, let's go to Aereo. It's true, I could just say sod it, let's go straight to Talos and start playing with them there. Yeah, alright, let's do that. So I'll go back to Norbit and pick up the other ones I left behind. That would be far more sensible. I wasn't expecting to go quite so far with my testing. But yes, if I put one down there and it's still a 7, then I'll be reasonably confident about either giving one to Mike to take out with him when he goes, or taking one out that is a 7, taking one out and thinking it will be a 7 when I deploy it. So I want to anchor to Norbit orbit. Where do I park? Oh, yes, up here. Anchor. Right. So, I picked that one up again. Right. And the other thing I wanted to do was collect a load more scaffolding from spare stuff like this. Okay, that's more than I should select in one go, but we'll live and learn. Let's try that much. And I can put all the scaffolding that I pick up into here. This is going to be a slightly slow process, but it's quicker than me going bomp, 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 and picking it all up one piece at a time. It may or may not cost me a dime. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get enough to put down a decent quantity of solar over in Tull orbit, because as we saw before, it is problematic out there. We have a serious shortage.
I see you and I are competing for the same resource.
This seems very likely.
Yeah. Much resource hunting.
And we are gradually producing it, or at least we're gradually producing the stuff to produce it, so I assume we're gradually producing it. And more will eventually arrive, but for now...
I'm currently increasing LDS production just by belt upgrades.
Oh, okay, cool.
No worries.
Yeah, because I don't think there should be any resource shortages for making the resource, apart from, well, the speed it's being made at, which, as Marc says, he's sorting out for us. So that should make a big difference. Why am I bringing... Oh, I'm being brought signals because I didn't have enough signals. It's fair enough, I guess. I'm not sure if this is a practical way of actually getting the amount of scaffolding I'm going to need, because I am going to need an enormous amount of scaffolding.
Yeah, same as.
And the other possibility, the other option, is to upgrade all of the solar in Telorbit to naquium solar. The problem is that obviously costs naquium, and we don't have an enormous amount of naquium, and I'd rather use that for other things if I possibly can. The other possibility is to, be a little bit patient, but I'm not very good at that.
There are a lot of things needed for what we're doing. And honestly, I suspect this is going to be one of our things over the next few weeks as we start to hone in on the end of the series. Is going to be a huge quantity of...
Trying to make the factory run faster.
Yeah, basically it's just saying, I need widget, AA23, and I need 5 billion of them. But I've only rigged the factory to make it for, 1 science a minute kind of thing.
Now, in our defence, the reason we are so short of scaffolding is because there was a problem with the production. Which I will hold my hand up was my fault. I broke the supply of cryonite, and if it hadn't been for that, then the supply of low density structures would have kept running, and may or may not have been sufficient. It's hard to know.
Well, I don't think it would have been sufficient. I think that the problem with supply stopping obviously hasn't helped. But I think somebody going, you know what, we need between us 100,000 plus of the stuff was going to tax the system regardless.
Yeah, that seems likely. However, I've also now run out of solar panels. Or at least I'm not getting the solar panels brought through. Is that also you, Marc, by any chance? Because I thought we were building those at a really decent rate. Oh, no, we'd run out of something for those. I remember now. Down here, we're not... Oh, it's Holmium plate again.
I have some on my personal ship, I think. You can nick those.
Okay, thank you. I may well do so. Tristan, how is Holmium?
I've sent the ship over there to drop off some improvements to the hydrogen chloride, and I just need to actually get that stuff down to the ground.
Almost 400. Okay. Right. Okay. Because yeah, that seems to be the bottleneck for a couple of things. What was I about to look at? It's Talos or Telorbit. Now I need an extra. Was it an extra 50% on this? Yeah, because we're producing 8 and we needed 12. So that's an extra 50% would be another. So that's equivalent to 1,500 of these because it's twice the power. So I either need. So that means at the moment we've got a total of effectively 4,000 reds. So I need 2,000 reds or 1,000 blacks. That's a lot. How many of the here we go. Here's the naquium ones. Got 14 of them, right? And they are being built. We've got 14 of them. We've got 150 there. So I need about 2,000, but I need 2,000 of them, and I've currently got 500. Did I empty my inventory into there? That's not my inventory. Did I empty my inventory into there? I did not. So I've currently got 874. So I'm nearly halfway, but nearly halfway is not not really sufficient. I could put in a matter-based power system, but that seems a little ridiculous. could rip it all up and switch over to beam power. That might be slightly more efficient, but it'd be a lot more complicated. I don't think I don't really want to do that. I see we've started using the text plates to leave puns scattered around for unsuspecting travellers. Yeah, I thought that'd be Mike.
Only the best people would do that.
It's true. It is the sort of thing I would do.
The thing is, I'm looking at that going, it's occupying valuable scaffolding.
I did get a comment during the training I was doing today for work. It's about my about some of the sort of the humorous vignettes that I was adding, shall we say? And I have to admit, I'm not quite sure whether that was meant in a complimentary way or not. It was just after
knowing the topic that the training was about, I'm quite curious if it was really appropriate to comment on that.
There was one of the things that came up was what do you? The training was diversity and inclusion training. It was around that sort of topic. And one of the subjects that came up was we had a breakout to discuss what sort of things we felt we used to form first assessments of people. And one of the things that somebody came up with was at the first I think I said that one of the things that I suspect I probably used to sort of to judge people a little bit is their job title. So I talk about things differently to an engineer or an HR person, for example. Somebody else said that if you're a hardware engineer, you will definitely have an untidy desk, and the more untidy it is, the more senior you are. Which I think was a sort of a not a jab at, but a humorous commentary on colleagues, shall we say? To which I quipped, "Empty desk, empty mind," and, which appeals.
And your disciplinary action is scheduled for when again? Sorry.
Fortunately, my company in general seems to have a sense of humour, which is a good thing, because otherwise I'd probably be in a lot of trouble. Just in general, not for that particular comment.
I'm saying none.
Right. So each of these, if I want 1,250 of those. How big are these? These are 4x4. So 16 times 1,200. 16,000. 60. Yeah, I'm trying to put in 1,000, and these are 16, so I need 16,000, probably plus a bit more. I'm asking for 4,000. This is not going to go well. That's horrific. How can it take so much scaffolding to just so much of everything? Are there any massive meteors in Tull orbit that I could take advantage of and just cover them in solar? No, not meteors, asteroids. I mean, no, there's these little ones out here, but they're kind of pathetic. I'd fit like 10 on there at most, and I need to put 1,000 in. There's a smattering of stuff down here. I might actually just have to upgrade to naquium panels, because this. Even just bringing over 16,000 doesn't seem reasonable, because I think you can only... Is it 4,000 per... So, let's see. It's 100 per stack, and you can get 500 stacks in, so that's 50,000. Okay, so I can request 16,000. It will all fit in the one warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I don't think it's something we've really thought about in the past, which is...
Is it worth paying the extra for an naquium solar panel to save on the scaffolding for it?
I was just going to go one slightly simpler than that and say about the cost of the solar panel. We've not factored in the cost of the flooring underneath. And so whilst the naquium one is double the cost, double the power output, and yes, it uses more expensive stuff.
Is it worth it?
Yeah. And I mean, there's the eternal thing of...
How much is a naquium cube worth compared to a number of low-density structures, basically?
Yeah, capital outlay versus, consumable. Once you put a structure down and start using it for whatever
there's no consumable in either case. This is all entirely capital outlay with these.
Yeah.
And the question is, is it worth spending 4 superconductive cables and a naquium cube to save 16 pieces of scaffolding? And I don't think we have enough naquium or enough holmium, for that matter, for it to actually be worth it at the moment. Now, granted, we have a temporary shortage of low density structures. However, I think
mean,
that's not going to be a long-term enough thing for it to be.
You can argue that everything is given enough time. If we let the factory run forever with only sort of
No, that's
fixing
irrelevant.
the occasional thing that breaks, then yes, you'd have enough stuff. No, I know. That's kind of my point. I'm tackling it from the other end. It's about how long do you have to wait?
No, because they're both capital costs rather than ongoing costs. So it's whether you it's whether you consider the naquium or the stuff that goes into the scaffolding to be more valuable. And I think currently, even though we have a shortage of the stuff that's required for both, to be honest, even though we have a shortage of stuff for making the flooring, I think the naquium is still more valuable. And if anything, we should just be increasing the rate we're producing low density structures at, which as Marc has already done.
Yeah. I mean that's normally where I was going. I just hadn't completed the thought. But yes, you cut straight to the point, and I was being circumlocutions around the edges. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, the thing you were talking about sort of in the long term, and I think that's sort of irrelevant with them both being capital outlay rather than ongoing costs.
Well, generally, yes. I was going to go in this case. It's how long do you want to sort of sit there and wait? So at the moment, we're doing everything on stream, and there is, in fairness, a few seconds of gameplay off stream. Basically, a little bit unpause it just as the stream is starting, or a few seconds before the stream pause it a few seconds after it ends. Other than that, it's on stream. We could just have the game running with one of us keeping an eye on it for another 50 hours or 100 hours, but then you're kind of AFKing.
Yeah, and I did design a beryllium processing system off camera, because that was just me staring at the blueprint editor for half an hour or something. Because I've learnt from watching the stats on the streams that is not interesting content. People don't like it, and they stop watching. So I've done that as a sort of an AFK thing. But but I then talked through it afterwards. We haven't run the game other than on stream, apart from, as Mike says, for a few seconds when we've just loaded it to make sure that everything's working properly. Even when I make the videos, I don't save after I've been making a video, as I've often commented on. So yeah, there's nothing extra has happened there.
Yeah, and so the point then is how long are you willing to wait for buffers to build up and so on, so that we can do these things versus. That's kind of where I was going about it. Sort of,
right. No, I see what you mean. However, I think it still comes down to the same thing. When I say how much does a thing cost, it comes down to how long does it take to make enough spare that we aren't using otherwise, I suppose, or how long will it take to get that stuff. If we start trying to make the naquium solar panels in larger quantities, then I think we're going to very quickly run out of naquium, which is then going to very quickly become the limiting factor on that. So I think it wouldn't actually help. We'd just have the same problem but with a different resource. I think it's easier to double the quantity of low density structures being made, as Marc already has done. In fact, not quite double. In fact, no, it's more than double because he hasn't got the productivity modules in some of these yet. And did you put that? Oh no, I put that beacon in. Okay. And we now have a train's worth in this in the station now, and this presumably means there is a train on. Yeah, there's a train on its way to pick them up. It is not caught up, but they are now being produced at a rate that is almost what the logistics system can take them away at. That's not quite the same as saying they are now being produced as fast as we're using them, but it is getting closer. In fact, let's have a look at the graph for that. Density LDS are being over the last 10 hours. How are we doing? Well, you can see the spike up there in the production from Marc's improvements. It's in fact a marked improvement. In the long term, we have been using slightly more than we've been creating. So that extra 0.1,000 in there will have been us using up whatever buffers we had until we then ran out. As of right now, we are producing them at 3,800 per minute, which is faster than we've been using them at any time in the last 10 hours. So I think that is probably going. I was going to say I think that's probably going to be okay. That's not a fair comment because we're starting to use the scaffolding a lot faster than we were before because of the massive solar arrays needed for the anchors. So we shall have to see how it goes. I think at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the other sort of option, secret option number 3, as you'd call it, is you go, well, I'm going to use the naquium, whatever you want to call them, ones to embellish the red ones, whatever they're called.
Oh, you mean sort of
So I will put
some of
down
each.
1 in 10. Yeah, exactly. 1 in 10, for example.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've done in Talorbit, because I ran out of the red ones, and there weren't any of those available because Marc was using them all for anchors. So I grabbed a supply of all of the naquium ones, went out and placed those, and that is producing a significant chunk of what Talos is currently using. I didn't use it to upgrade. I just added I added those in because they were available. And yeah, you could. Certainly we could be making those if we could find a neat way of making them when we have excess naquium. Then yes, there'd be no harm in using those as you say, to sort of to improve certain areas as it's required. The other thing I could do is nick a load from Norbit because it's got twice the power it needs. But then I suspect if I did that, we'd probably find fairly quickly that Norbit actually suddenly has a power usage spike and everything breaks. And then I'd feel silly.
Oh yeah. And having that redundancy is generally a good thing because you never know when you're suddenly going to get, I don't know, all the particle accelerators kicking concurrently.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been building with the attitude that power is cheap for so long that to go around and start trying to put efficiency modules in or something like that would be a bit of a mission.
Yeah.
In
fairness,
if we can get the naquium processing built up to a sufficiently high state, we could put some high-tier efficiency modules in the beacons. And yes, it would mean they'd run a little bit slower, but they'd use a lot less power. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm going to go and have a look and see what efficiency modules we have. However, first I'm going to look at what chat's been saying. So, hello to C-Same first, and it says, rocket fuels. If you have rocket fuel storage on the ship, can you activate it without draining ion booster tanks? I think when your ship takes off from a planetary surface, it will automatically use all of the available booster tanks. I'm not sure exactly how it decides how much to use from each one. If you have lots of all the same, then it will use them all the same amount for takeoff. If you have a mixture of rocket fuel and ion... Oh, sorry, no, you won't use ion booster tanks for taking off from the ground because they can't do that. But if you're taking off from a space station or if you had antimatter booster tanks, I think it would use them... It probably uses them all, but as how it balances between different types, I'm not certain. Maybe next time I leave, I'll have a look and see how much rocket fuel's been used up. But yeah, the point of these ships is the rocket fuel booster tanks. These ones are there for taking off from planets. These ones are there for taking off from space stations and powering the ship. However, when I take off from a space station, and a certain amount of the power will come from these tanks, so it will use up a bit of rocket fuel. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure whether I answered it properly. What about using other scaffolding to upgrade, replace some parts to get your scaffold back?
You're using the more expensive scaffolding. I suspect that's defeating the point.
Yeah, and we will have a certain amount of that stockpiled because there is a bit of it made for one of the material sciences over here. There is some of it. There's probably some of it in a chest somewhere because Marc will have been making it because he likes the prettiness. Yeah, we could do that, but it would, and in the very, very short term, it would get us a little bit of a boost. In fact, I've sort of done that by going out and stealing all of the naquium solar panels from the machine up here a few minutes ago, which has got me a few more of them. There's another 4 have been made now. But until we have a nice ready supply of the red panels again, this chest here will always be empty, and therefore that means there aren't any naquium solar panels if we want them for building a spaceship now. So in a way, it's yes, you can sort of borrow from more advanced things if you can't get the basic things, but it's not the best. It's sort of It's a very, very short-term solution, basically. All right, what are you? You are a tier... These tier 7s, aren't they? Yes, an efficiency 7s, and we've got 3 of them. Is that the number we're trying to make? No. Why are you not running? Because you don't have any 6s. Oh, because that's been turned off.
I have dumped some tier 9s into the logistics system. Which, depending on what you're wanting to use them for.
I want to put them in the beacons that are affecting the naquium processing systems. I don't know if it's worth it, but if they're just going to sit in the logistics system because everyone goes, oh, it's not worth it for this particular thing, I might as well use them.
I've got to the stage where I'm poaching scaffolding from underneath rail lines.
Oh dear.
That's how desperate I am for this stuff.
So the only other sensible place is where those particle accelerators.
Yeah, particle accelerators are given how much power we have in Norvis, or Norbit Norvis. I'm going to take the decision that it's worth me using the tier 9 efficiency modules on Talos, and we can revisit that later if we decide we need them for something and nick them back again. Speak now or forever hold your pieces.
So, what was the question again?
Just object, Mike.
So
I routinely object to Mike. But...
Basically, I'm going to take the unless there's a good reason not to. I'm going to take the efficiency module 9s and put them into the beacons that are affecting the naquium production systems on Talos, because I think that's where that seems to be using a lot of power, because there's some very, very high tier modules over there because naquium's expensive.
Yeah, go for it.
Efficiency, we don't care.
Yeah, that's basically roughly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And if we ever do decide we have a better place for them, then I won't mind if they're replaced with, say, efficiency 7s, especially or at least we can revisit the question later, because later we might have solar available in much larger quantities much more easily, and therefore it'll make sense to steal them back again. But for now, I think that's a good use for them.
Yep, go for it.
Okay, good, because I've already set the request.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, 1 tier 9 per beacon. We've only got 6 of them coming over because that's what we have. So if I put one of those in each beacon, then it's going to make quite a big difference to the power consumption, whilst also not making a huge difference, I hope, to the speed. The other half of that thought is it the naquium? Or should I be doing something with the beryllium? Over here, we've not got quite the same height of modules, but we do still have. I don't know how to work that one out. Maybe I'll come down here. I'll cut the power to the naquium system, see how much the power usage drops by. In fact, I might only need to cut one cable for that. Yeah, this one. If I cut this cable along here, so at the moment we're using. Oh, actually, it's gone back into the green. That's quite nice. Oh, probably because this has stopped. Yeah. We stopped producing naquium because all these belts are filled up, and so anytime we get a little bit of power, we've still not quite got enough. Oh, we are in the green, so why are we not seeing? Why is this not running? We should be getting a. Yeah, we've got minus 5,000 coming out of that. Is this full? This warehouse is full. Where's the train? Sorry, that was very incoherent, jumping around between topics very, very quickly. So we have a train up here that has come up here. Right. Oh, it's about to go anyway, as usual. I come up to it, go, where's the hell's the train? And it's about ready to leave. So if I send that back down again, that will then load up with an entire train full of naquium ingots. We'll then pull all of this through because suddenly this belt will be able to flow because the warehouse won't be full. Then then that means all of the naquium production will kick back in again, and therefore we'll see what the power demands are like. Similarly, over here, beryllium production is also running essentially flat out. Good, yeah, that's all running flat out. So this system is going full speed ahead. So yeah, I will be able to do some sort of actual useful testing from this, I believe. While I'm waiting, let's have a look at the power map. Okay, so I can't just cut a cable up here. I would need to cut this cable here to cut off the naquium. Naquium production. Where the hell's the train? Come on, train. Did I send the wrong train down? Oh no, there it goes.
The really awkward thing is I've done the calculations and I need over 120,000 scaffolding.
Jeez, what for?
To put down enough solar power
Yeah.
for a dimensional anchor.
Oh, you're trying to put down dimensional anchor in.
No, you need.
Hang on.
No. You need 96,000 for a dimensional anchor.
But I also need a beam emitter.
Yeah, but 96 is more than 20.
No, you said 120. I think.
120.
120.
So yeah, 120 plus.
Okay. Yep.
So 100.
Seems
Well, it's,
reasonable.
it's like 120.
It doesn't seem reasonable. It seems correct, but it does not seem reasonable.
Yeah. Now, in fairness, if I can find some asteroids, I can offset that by a few hundred.
Oh dear. Right, okay, there we go. We've got the naquium running properly again now. Actually, we're still only on about 8 gigawatt. Where was the 12 gigawatt figure coming from before? Maybe that was because we were... that'll be because we were short of power. So there'll have been lots of machines trying to charge themselves up, so they're trying to draw extra power, maybe? He says in a questioning tone.
How much of this have I actually got?
Oh, and we've got a spaceship in at the moment providing an extra gigawatt. So we're close to having enough power, but we're not quite there. So actually, I don't only need to increase it by about a gigawatt, but I'll go by as much as I can anyway. However, we're now currently. Actually, I can just look at the graphs. So let's come over here, and if I cut this cable over here, like that, then all of this should immediately shut down. Yes, it has. Excellent. If I now come over here and look at this number, we can see that if we look over the last hour,
it's 28 chests, 23 chests and a third chests full.
We've dropped from using 5 gig from that to 5 to 3 and 2.7 to 1.7. So that's dropped off 3 gigawatts. So this system on its own is using about 3 gigawatts. Everything else is using about 5. And that includes all the mines around here. So I think, yes, dropping in the modules as I was suspecting is going to be the way to do it. So let's turn that back on again so I don't just break absolutely everything. Now if I come back over here, yes, we've got those efficiency modules now. We've still got scaffolding dribbling in. I ideally need 16,000 and I've got 1,600, well 1,800, but I think I'm going to stop waiting for that because it sounds like I don't need quite as much power out there as I thought I did. So now I'm going to head back over to Lorbit, to Telorbit, and perform all kinds of testings. I'm also going to check, so I've still got those. Yes, I have still got the Arca chests. Right, so Tango, Talos Orbit. There we go. Let's head off, and we'll steal some bots, but never mind. Blip. They can just sit there until we get back again. That's fine. I don't care. Hopefully, it won't actually take 16 minutes to get there. No, it won't. We're speeding up. Oh, accumulators charging. Yes, that'll be part of it. Good point. Yeah. So yes, it requires 12 gigawatts to for everything to when we. So if we've not got enough power, we require 12 gigawatts. But if we have got enough power, we only require 9. Right. That seems wonderfully fair. It's a little bit Sam Vime's Boots theory of socio-economic unfairness, but no, I understand why that's happening. Right, so the good news is for Mike is that I've stopped claiming any of the scaffolding that's being made now. The bad news is that even though I was claiming it, I only got 1,800 of it, so it was probably a rounding error as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, basically. I'm genuinely sitting here tempted to say, you know what, I'll take the... Because I started going, 8, 10 chests, that's probably enough. No, 23. I've got 6 chests full of the stuff now, so a quarter. I'm sat there going, you know what? I could put up the meteorite defences. I could put up
beam emitter, and then you can get started on the naquium production.
Exactly. So I can start doing some stuff whilst the dimensional anchor bit builds up. It won't be anywhere near enough to complete, but it's a start.
Yeah, and also importantly, I hesitate to say more importantly because we do need the dimensional anchor if we're going to actually, finish the game. But you can then start feeding naquium over to Talos and get that sort of building up.
Yep. I haven't got an arc-link storage on me.
I've nicked both of them. Oh,
yep, that's
cannot place surface-linked containers on a moving spaceship. Interesting. So you can't put arc-link storage chests on a moving spaceship. I don't know what would have happened if I'd put it down before the ship departed, and I don't want to try just in case it deletes it.
I doubt it'd delete it.
That would be very mean.
Press stop, see if you can put it down, then we save, and then hit engage again.
No, because if we do have to reload, it'll take 20 minutes to download it from Tristan. No, I think I'll try, if I remember, I shall if someone puts a note in their notes, then I shall test it when I make the videos because I'm mildly curious. And
hang on, adding to notes. Encouraged Laurence.
Had bad ideas.
Encouraged spelt with a J. Laurence spelt with a W.
Are you going to spell any of the words correctly?
I can't think of a way to spell 2 incorrect.
Oh, you stick a W in the middle of it, or the wrong number of O's.
Yeah, wrong number of O's, yeah. To Uzi, Araco, Link, In fairness, before autocorrect kicks in, my spelling is not that good anyway.
You make me
dear.
sad.
I know.
The
And so
funny,
does my spelling.
the funny thing is that when I do this sort of thing myself, it amuses me because I like playing with the language, but I like to think I'm doing something slightly cleverer than just spelling all the words wrongly.
Yeah, there's wrong and there's wrong.
It reminds me of one of the songs from Sister Act, something about if only the world was right and wrong out there, it just seems to be wrong and wronger.
I do remember listening to someone having a grumble, years back, 5 or 6 years back, talking about morality. He was saying back in his day the world used to be black and white. He says now with all the innuendo and so on, it feels like it's more 50 Shades of Grey.
Very good. I think. Well, mildly good.
Don't be too committed on that one. Just
Yes. I don't know. I can't imagine what sort of person would slip innuendo into their speech.
As long as you're only slipping it into your speech, it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone asked me for a double innuendo the other day, so I gave her one.
Eyo.
Thank you very much. Here all week. Exactly, dude. It's a bit of a grey area. There's a culture starship that was called the Grey Area, or was just called, or no, it was called Grey Area. I think it was culture starship.
Since you mentioned Starship, I appreciate it's complete context switch. Did you know that ESA is now considering using SpaceX for the first time?
Gosh, I did not know. I've clearly been too busy to keep up with with space news.
Yeah. It has caused a lot of political arguments.
Everything causes political arguments. So, yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong.
If I have any spare tier 9 modules, I could put them in. Efficiency modules, I could put them in these machines. They do feel like it feels like there's a lot of machines around these beacons, so it feels like they would. It feels like they do quite. These ones not so much, but it feels like they do quite a lot of good. We'll see what's left. In fact, I could just do the maths. I can go in and count myself, couldn't I? Think about numbers. So we've got one here. That's got a decent amount of stuff around it, and then there's these two over here. Those are particularly dense. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's all 6 of them assigned. If I come over here and put one into each of these as well. Ah well, never mind. They're
I
probably
have good
the most
news.
needy
The
ones.
star I intend to use has a handful of asteroids near each other.
Yay! And the good news is that naquitite patches have. Oh no, your star. Sorry, I was going to say the
Star.
asteroid field. The good news is that the naquitite patches have to be on an asteroid because that's how it's. So you only need a little bit around the edge to help sort of square them off a bit.
Power poles. I'd forgotten I needed power poles.
Oh no! At least pylon substations don't require scaffolding to put on them. Put them on.
True,
Also,
true.
you probably don't have any meteor defense.
I do, actually.
Oh, you do.
He won't work, but he's got some.
Well, I mean, I've got my first 20 and 400 rounds of ammunition. That felt like enough to start with.
Bear in mind there probably won't be any ships going out there, so it'll never get resupplied.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a starting position.
You could
Fair
have
enough.
just copied the requester chest from my ship to get a base.
Might be a little late to say that.
supply. Yep.
Right, I shall tuck the ship in down. Thus.
This has been for me a stream of sort of sitting here watching, just watching chests fill up and trying to scrape as much as I can out of.
You're just sitting there staring at chests, are you?
Yeah, it's like my hobbies.
I was gonna say. Right, so if I put those in there, no, that's the wrong way around. Take all of that and all of that and all of that, and I haven't got enough space. So put all of that into here, and oop, there we go. There go the bots. Right, and then it would be much more convenient to turn this into a. Oh no! Stop that! Stop it! It'd be much more convenient to turn this into a yellow or into a red chest, but never mind. We'll do what we can. Do what we must because we can. Oh. don't know why there's some blue belts in there, but never mind. I'll take them as well. Right, so I've dumped all of the solar related stuff. So that means the bots will now, while I'm away, will do this basically. It'd be nice if they prioritise a little bit more sensibly, but oh well. Actually, that's not too bad. Let's fill in these gaps, and then we can solar up this area properly later. Oh no, not that last bit. That bit and that bit. There we go. I think we've probably got enough solar to do that. I brought out some more of these panels, and I can squeeze more in hither and thither and yonder and all that sort of stuff, and get all of this sort of get some extra solar in over here, and that should help quite a bit. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. So in the meantime, I'm going to skedaddle down onto the planet and help in an entirely different way.
Tristan?
Hello.
I used up, or I used one of the prepared trains and was trying to build it up again, but the first locomotive doesn't have anything in it.
That's unhelpful. I suspect. No. Oh, that's. I'm going to blame you for that.
Yeah.
These aren't very high tier modules,
yeah,
actually.
I'm going to blame that on removing a train before ripping it up.
Yeah.
Where's this efficient power usage?
At least I checked.
Oh yeah, still plus 860%. Okay. Oh, stop being so slow and juddery and difficult. Right, so I'll put that in there as well. Right, what's that done to power usage on this planet? It's taken a bite out of it. So putting those three in there has taken us down by a gigawatt or two. Now I'm going to try, because I think I've got higher tier speed modules in one of the machines in some of the machines up here. I'm going to try switching those over as well, particularly this one, because these two have a lot around them. Oh grief, they're all speed module 6s. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I think that's definitely worth swapping out one of those, and also one of those. I might have got that. This is probably what's causing all the power issues. What's that done to my? Yeah, now my power usage is down to 10 minutes. Yeah, that's put a quite healthy dent into the power consumption. So actually, it wasn't the naquium production that was the problem. It was because I'd used speed 6s for all this beryllium processing that's going on over here. That's where the ridiculous power consumption came from. In fact, have I done the same up here? Because is it possible that perhaps tier 6 speed modules are a little excessive? What have you got? Oh, your tier 3s. And your tier 6s. Let's give you the last one then. I don't know. Let's drop that down to a mere plus 1300% power. Jeez. No wonder I was having power difficulties over here. Yeah, so that was switching over one of the naquium production facilities. That was switching over the main beryllium from core facility, and that little drop there was this last one over here. So that's basically halved the amount of power we're using. Well, almost halved it. It's now 4.5 to 5.5 instead of 8 to 9 to 10. I'm not sure exactly what it was previously. And occasionally up to 12 when we're trying to charge up accumulators and things. So yeah, that is significantly better now. We've stopped pulling power out of the. I was going to say we've stopped pulling power out of the accumulators. What colour are they? They are invisible. There's so little of them at the bottom there. But anyway, that has helped a lot with the power consumption over here. We now have enough of it, so that's good. Given that I'm planning to put in more naquium processing at some point in the future, things will get sillier later, but hopefully by then we'll have at least a little bit of stuff. Oh yes, now I can continue my experiments with Arcolink storage. So if I put one down here, right, that is now a number 26. So it is as I originally expected. When you put one of these down, it is assigned its number, and so if I'd left one over in Norbit when I came over here, anything that I put in here will not go to that one because they're different numbers. So that means if you want to put down 2 Arcolink storage chests in different places that are going to be connected together, you need to employ shenanigans. And the way I intend to do it, and this is going to be mildly spoilery for anyone who doesn't know, who has not used Arcolink storage chests before, so sorry, the stream is currently fairly spoilery. What I intend to do is land on a planet with land on this planet, Talos, with one of the construction spaceships. I might put a couple of extra tanks into mine before I do, just to make sure it can definitely take off, and deploy one of these chests and on the ground, and put one on into the ship, probably in a sort of a little tumor thing sticking off at the side of it. I will then take that ship. That ship will then take off from the ground again, fly over to wherever. We'll attach that sort of sticky outy bit to one of the long-range ships. Mike will then fly that ship out to Melancholia, or I'll fly it out to Melancholia. It doesn't matter which one of us does. Place that, and then we can place that Arcolink's chest out there. Because it hasn't been picked up, it's just been attached to a ship or detached from a ship. It will still be a 26, and therefore everything that gets put into it will be teleported to over here. So that is my plan. Now, 26 I think is a good one to use. Using the one that is on this planet I think is a good one to use, because that means even if I decide later that actually I've put it in a dumb place and it's not working well for me, I can then easily move it to somewhere else on the same planet and it will get the same number. So for now, let's assume that we're going to put in the fly, please. Thank you. Let's assume for the time being that we're going to put this chest in about here. Point like that, and we're then going to have many loaders emptying it out like this, and then all of these belts will go off to crushers, which will have productivity modules in them. They'll probably be speed moduled, and so on and so on, and they will all take the naquitite, that one, out and send it off to be crushed. Now you'll notice I've left a gap here. That is because we'll put in an additional loader there. And that will be fed from, probably just be a blue belt, to be quite honest with you. Like that. Which will be fed from 2 other belts, probably 3 other belts, actually. Now there's some, I probably won't do it like that, I'll use splitters, because that looks stupid. Splitters. Yeah, we'll just sort of feed that in like that, because I don't care too much about the throughput rate of it. And this will allow us to bring in the iron ingots, the sulfur, and optionally the water ice if we decide we do want to ship that through. And then that can be chucked into here, and we'll have as much of that will go through, and that'll go through as much as is required. We'll presumably also have a signal receiver here. Or I could link this up to this system and say only pass through when there's less than murmur in there. It kind of doesn't matter which way around we do it. I could just do that and then switch over to grab some cable from there, link that to that. Fine. Maybe I will put in a little bit of.
We are out of beryllium.
Oh, okay. It is being made at a rate. However, it may be that rate is insufficient. I shall look into that in a moment. So I can now link that to there and to there. And, oops. Link there. Link. Thank you. And, oh, come on. Right, like that. There we go. And then I can set these to run when there's less than mumble in here, whatever I decide mumble is. Probably about half a stack of each one. And then we'll have enormous quantities of naquitite coming back. I'll set up an array of crushers over here, and then belts feeding all of that through. And I guess it might as well just go straight into this warehouse here. Well, let's see. If we've got seven purple belts coming out here, that means there's 1 3/4 purple belts coming out of the crushers, plus some trash that we'll get rid of as appropriate. I think. Is there any trash?
Quick question, Laurence. Do you think you solved the power issues on Talos, or are you still on it?
Yes, I have solved them.
You
Oh, have I not?
may want to have a look at that.
It's solved-ish. Oh, it has been
it
a couple
seems
of times.
okay for now, but
Okay.
the ship was.
Oh, I see. Right. I've done one part of my fixing of it, but I didn't finish the task, to be honest. So I'll do that now. So let's put those in like that. See how much of that we get. How much do we have over here? Talos orbit specifically. What? Oh, 48 entry... No, tell orbit is not shown. Oh, no, 32 of them are missing the materials for construction. Okay, so it's there onwards. So we get rid of those. And then those can just be some red ones. Cheapo Nasto. Ooh, go on. Like that.
And the beryllium ship is just filled up, so we're just a bit short.
Okay. I'm going to hope that that's because we're still filling up buffers. I am, admittedly, not certain. But the fact that you said we've run out and then we immediately realise we have a ship ready full makes me cautiously optimistic, should we say. If these bots could just, do their jobs, that'd be nice. Oh, here they come. Okay. That's good. So that'll give us a decent improvement to the amount of power we're generating. But oh yeah, you're quite right. Woo. Oh yeah, and we've got the trying to charge problem again. So we're now trying to even though we've got the boots theory problem again. So we're trying to use 11 gigawatts because we are short of power. So if we stamp down some more like this, 8.4. Be nice if we could have about 10. Oh, there we go. Suddenly we've got enough. And so suddenly it's gone from needing 9, whatever, however much it needed, down to needing 6 again, which is kind of stupid. But I also sort of understand why it happens. It just makes the problems look worse than they actually are. Anyway, so yes, the power problem over here, I think is sorted. So where was I? What was I saying? Yes. So down here, we will have 7 belts worth of, in theory, at least once if the system at the other end is set up to the point where we've got functionally unlimited coming in, we will have 7 belts worth coming out, which means we'll have 1 3/4 of the crushed coming out, plus whatever productivity bonuses we get, which would be a pulverizer, presumably. Let's put one of these down. How many modules does a pulverizer take, and therefore what productivity boost can we get out of it? We shall find out in a moment. But so that's going to be about 2, maybe 3 belts coming along and going into here. There is room along the top for at least 3 belts to come in, so I'll bring them all in along the top, and that means then I've got additional space down the side here for more belts of crushed to come out if and when we put in a third one of these processing systems, which will be potentially off in the very, very distant future because these things are kind of pricey. Setting up these systems is extremely pricey, especially in modules. We've still not filled this one up with all the modules we need. If we look down here, you can see we're still 85 tier 7 modules short for getting this up to what we would like to have, and we haven't got a hope of making those at the moment with the amount of Vitalic reagent we're using for everything else. So these things,
I do have 37 of those on my ship that you requested before.
Oh, okay. Should probably put them back into my ship, but my ship isn't over there, so yes.
Any special requests for the
need iridium
next
as well.
dimensional anchor? Location-wise?
I don't think so. I don't think it matters.
Okay.
I don't think we have any. I can't think of any criteria that would affect it. That doesn't mean there aren't any, but I can't think of any.
Yeah. I'll go to Kalmaya.
I've gone to Wexavis and I'll put one there. But yeah, I don't think it matters either.
If we used, so that'd be 32, an extra third if I use prod 3s, which on 1 3/4 is about just over a half. So it would still be under 3 belts. If I use higher ones, then yeah. So basically, having three or four belts coming from here going into this system will be plenty to keep it happy. You're quite right. We do need iridium. I think I said that with a groan just now. So yeah, we're going to need to bring iridium out here as well on this ship and train system. And that can come. Well, we can have another belt that brings that out over here, I guess. Run that one over. Yes, it's yet another thing. We're also going to need to bring out quite a lot more. Potentially bring out more iron ingots and sulfur, which is going to be annoying and difficult to fit in. But we'll find a way somehow. However, none of this is relevant until I can get the other end of this set up somewhere. So all of this stuff over here is basically irrelevant for the time being. The question is, do I dare try and land my spaceship on this planet, given that it might not be able to take off again? Actually, there's no point just yet. I'm going to need a load of spaceship flooring and stuff to... Ooh, we've got a load of scaffolding and solar in here. Let's take that and put it in the system up top so it can be used for something a bit more useful. Like these chests over here.
You will absolutely not be able to take off from Talos
Okay,
with your personal ship.
because it's only got 2 tanks on it. Do you have a feel for roughly how many I would need?
No, but it's quite a lot because I temporarily stranded Mike's on Norvis, and Norvis is smaller.
Right, okay.
Talos is 50% bigger.
From memory, you needed something like 16 tanks to get off Norvis.
Okay.
I could believe that. It was definitely more than 4.
In that case, what I might do instead is find a very, very small planet to land on, and to name the Arca chest, as it were, and then take off from there. Name both of the Arca chests, and then fly over and land with a sacrificial ship on Talos, a ship that's just never intended to leave.
Makes sense. Do you want to use either Drakkit or the other one for that and rip the stuff up that's there while you landed?
It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, given how expensive the Arca chests are, using what is effectively a deployment ship, you land it and deconstruct it. Or you land it as a one-off thing, except it's a one-way thing. It's fine.
Exactly. Oh, I don't have any.
I mean, the only real cost is the fuel that you're having to.
Yeah, because I'll be able to, yes, I'll just dismantle the whole thing.
Yep.
So it's fine. Yeah, it is not a big deal.
Yeah. As I say, relatively speaking, the cost is the Arcospheres.
Which
Everything else
now is
pretty
actually
much
kind of fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it very often. But yeah, it's more the hassle and factor of going and getting them than the sort of serious.
Yeah, I think the point is, the cost of them is fine because they are. I mean, they have to be used for it, of course. So the cost is sort of accepted rather than just simply fine.
Yeah.
The two statements are
considering using a third one on Norvis for sending the iron and sulfur out?
Yes, it is worth considering it. You know what? I've just had a separate thought. I don't need to land on Drakkit or wherever. I can just drop my sacrificial ships in wherever they need to go. This could just be Norbit. The only time a ship needs to take off with an Arcolink chest on it is if you want to have it tied to that planet's surface. So if I go back down and I grab, I need to go back down and grab that Arca chest anyway. If I have them all linked to Norbit, say, because we're probably only going to set up one system, so we might as well just make it easy for ourselves. Then they don't have to be. They can all be Norvis, and then I can just drop one on Talos with the sacrificial ship, as we've discussed, and then put the other one on Mike's ship as a sort of a little warty thing sticking out the side, and he can just fly out and deploy it wherever he wants to. I don't need the sacrificial ship doesn't need to be able to take off even from a small planet. I may have been a little bit slow about that, and you've all already realised that and going, "What's he talking about?" But oh, I was also just checking in Chest of Shame over here.
I'm not 100% convinced on the just use Norbit approach. It's probably fine, but it sort of feels like not really forward planning, but forward planning may be completely unnecessary.
The only reason I see it as not being forwardly planningly is that if we then want to do another one and we do want to use Norbit has already been used, so we'd have to faff around and go to other places. The other possibility is that they both go out to, or we do it with Talorbit. Actually, do it with Talorbit before I leave, except I don't have the flooring. This could send it out to wherever Mike's going, to Melancholia, and get it and set it up there, and then bring the bring one back and drop it in on Talos. That would also be possible. Talorbit.
I would feel that that's the more sensible approach, but it is probably unnecessary.
I think Talorbit is probably the most sensible, because then we can use that one for, well, because it's for Talos, and then if we then go out and set up a third one, it'll be the same. We could set it for the same place as well, or sorry, another place. And if we go to another asteroid field, we could set it up to be the same, but I don't think it matters. I did find some spaceship floor, but there wasn't enough for me to make little things to put them on, so I'm going to have to come back anyway.
I'm trying to think how many Arcospheres Arcosphere storage link network chest thingy bobs. Arcolink storage, that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
How many networks is that we're likely to want?
Yeah,
probably just the one, but it's the sort of
probably.
So I can stretch to a second one in my mind.
I can see.
And that second one is personal use.
Yeah, and that would require 5 chests, I suppose, one each to put on our personal ships or something, perhaps. Or
well, it's one network. It's one network is the point. Because that's your ID numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, we could share a network if we just had if we had a blue chest that was feeding straight into an Arcolink storage, or something that was emptying out from it, and we could control it manually. It's when you're out somewhere and you go, oh drat, I wish I brought such and such a thing. You then have a way to bring it out to you immediately. Yeah, that usage has occurred to me as well. It's quite an expensive way of solving things versus just trying to remember stuff. But I could if we had an enormous number of Arcospheres available, then I'd be very tempted to do it.
Yeah. The other one is you effectively you can AFK dimensional anchor placement. You fly your ship out there with an Arcolink on it.
That's true. And then just
have a requested chest.
Yeah. Send out the 2 things you need for it, and just leave it, or 3 handful of things you need for it, and leave it just building itself. Yeah, that's true. That
Arcosphere launching. You just have a ship going around doing Arcosphere launches forever, just doing a massive
until it runs out of fuel. Oh, actually, you could find a way to ship out fuel. Yeah,
send fuel out.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so if we have enough Arcospheres, I could see these. If Arcospheres were unlimited, I could see doing a lot of these things being quite useful. As it is, given that they are functionally limited, I'm not sure it's quite such a good idea. Also, the previous thing we were talking about sticking an Arco chest on a spaceship and taking off to see what happened, it's just occurred to me, is exactly how I've been thinking of moving them around, because I don't think there's any other way to move them. So it better work. Or there should be lots and lots of sad. Because, otherwise there'll just be no way to use Arcolink chests.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that doesn't work, then they are fundamentally the most useless thing in the game.
How are we doing for methane ice? Badly. Good. We've run out again. Oh, someone's just arrived though. So, that's come from what's it place from the asteroid field.
Oh, I thought I was going to make a clever design and I failed to achieve greatness. Oh, my daughter needs a feed, which I'll have to go and sort in a moment. Oh, can you only place one sideways on, or I was going to go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
That's fine.
And then
you can do that.
Yeah, I was going to do 1, 2, 3 along the side of that, but that's only 2.
Yeah, because you put them in too close together.
Yeah.
There's no choice.
Normally, I guess we just put them all in a long line with additional additional pipes, like what you can't see because I can't put it down there because the asteroid is a bit too small.
But that's probably plenty.
That's probably more than enough. Yes, you probably don't need that many.
How many is that? That's 20 thingies and 4 waspals. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? I can live with that. That is suitably aesthetically pleasing.
So the one that's firing at Stardust, it's hard to tell because it's sharing a chamber with the Explorer ship one. So I don't know how many it's actually using. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
17 there.
Okay.
There are 17 there, yes. I counted those.
Stardust
this
has an
one's got
emitter
20.
strength. Stardust has an emitter strength of 13 gigawatts, so that means there are 13 pumping into it, and that appears to be plenty. It's got about a 10% transmission efficiency, so that means we can use 1.3 gigawatts out in Stardust. Stardust is currently using. Please hold. Stardust is currently using 1 gigawatt out of the So
but you've also got transmission efficiency.
that's the 10% I mentioned. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, it's putting in 13 gigawatts. 1.3 is getting over here, and then 1 to 1.1 is being used.
No worries.
And you're going to use less because you're going to have mines only, basically.
Yeah, that's a thought. How much
You're
of
not
that is
doing
being
any
used by the mining? The mining drills are using the lion's share of that. They are using nearly a gigawatt of it. The rest is, I'm not going to say insignificant, but is significantly less.
No worries. And then the other sort of point in play is: do these things draw power if they're not using it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they will constantly use all of their power.
Right. Okay, that's 8. No, 16. Sorry, twice.
Laurence, just for your information, the Talos ship brought some core fragments back.
There we go. Audio should be back in sync again. So yeah, I was just saying. Marc was just telling me, in case that got cut out, Marc was telling me that the Talos ship had brought some core fragments back to Norvis, and I've said that's okay. It basically just means that it's not able to process them quite quickly enough. Or I think I will check actually, because it might mean something is jammed up badly. But in theory, it probably, it just means that. It's all working happily over here. I think it just means that we weren't able to. The machines over here weren't able to process them quite quickly enough, so they backed up a little bit and went down the emergency overflow over here, which is that cable is not remotely required. Let's get rid of it because it will confuse me otherwise. Yeah. So if this belt backs up, then we will send stuff down here because there's a priority set on this splitter here. Send stuff across the top, but if there's too much, then it'll come down here and be passed through. Although actually, that shouldn't be. That should just be feeding straight out. Come to think of it, because if this jams up, then we want to feed the stone out as well. So let's fix that. Let's get rid of. So we'll get rid of that, and then that go through there, and then we can put that there and just have that running through. Does mean we block this belt while we so a bit more core fragments will flow through while we're waiting, but in a moment their bot will come over and do that, and then we can go back. Normal service can be resumed.
Would the stone not have sorted itself out later on?
Probably.
Otherwise you've still got the same issue of if the stone backs up.
Ooh, why is it? Oh, we'll press hold. No, so the stone is also being controlled down here. So stone coming out of the processing system is by priority sent upwards, and then will overflow downwards if required.
Yeah, so the stone can't jam up.
Shouldn't be able. No, yeah, that's probably true. I just worry that if we got core chunks coming along here, and then if we've got core chunks all the way along here, and then and then some stone here. Then the stone wouldn't have been allowed to go off down this way, and therefore this belt would then jam up all the way back up the belt until it causes the processing system to stop. So I think this is better. You're right; it shouldn't get into that state, but I don't want to rely on shouldn'ts. Do we have blue? We don't have many blue belts on Talos. I think I picked a couple up when I tidied something up over there. So yeah, there aren't many, but there are a few. Where was I? Oh yes, I was flying back to Norvis, or Norbit at least. Anchor, please. Right, so confirm. So what I'm going to need is a sort of a weird lumpy bit on the side of the ship. In fact, I'm going to need 2 weird lumpy bits on the side of the ship, one bigger than the other. So let's see. I'm going to start with this. Let's turn my. I said I'm going to start with this. I'm going to turn my robots off. I'm going to make that a lot smaller. And then we'll have a weird lumpy bit down here that is that, and then 1, 2, 3. I thought I turned the robots off. Apparently I didn't. Never mind. So there's a 2x2 there for the and that's for the 2x2 there, and that's for the actual chest itself. Then there's this round here like that. From put spaceship wall in, so the thing will actually be able to fly. So we do that. Then more complicatedly, I'm going to do it up here. We need the same thing. We're going to need exactly the same thing up here, like that. So there's the 2x2 for the thing, but also we're going to need enough space to put in one of these things, so that the spaceship, and a booster tank probably. I imagine you need. Oh, do you need engines as well for a ship to move? Pardon?
Generating surface.
Okay. You may well need engines. I can't remember if you need any. I'll put in an ion engine, an ion booster tank, and an accumulator anyway, for just in case. So this thing is 1, 2, 3, 4 across. But 4x4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Booster tank is 2x2. 1, 2. Actually, let's make it a rocket fuel one. So it's 3. So it's down to here. And then an engine on the back is probably about 2, I think. I can't remember. Let's do this. So we'll do that. So this is probably going to be my mini lander ship thing. Oh, thanks, Jen. I'm glad they've been very useful. Yeah, they've been good fun to make, and I've had lots of people saying they've been useful for them. So I'm very, very glad, and yep, I intend to carry on making them. So we'll. That said, if you have any specific requests, please let me know in the Discord, and I shall for tutorials and things. And yeah, let me know in the Discord, and I'll see what I can do. Otherwise, it's just me sort of guessing at what might be wanted and trying to get things right. Awesome! The requesting a Discord link works. That's the requesting a Discord link is a standard enough thing that you were able to guess what button to press. Down here, right? So we need another brick around the edge like that, and I think that goes. Does that go all the way down to the bottom? I think it probably does. And I want to put in a. Actually, I want to put in a rocket engine. Where do we get those from? There's a rocket engine. So put you in. How much floor do you need? That much floor? Jeez, that's a lot more floor than I was expecting. Okay, let's put in a bit more flooring then, because that isn't going to be big enough. Oh yes, the mod lists are on Discord as Tristan says. I might need to remove the like and subscribe sign because I didn't plan ahead properly. I'm also not sure if you actually need an engine to land with. I might be able to get away with just a booster tank, but I don't really want. Oh well, I'm certainly not going to risk it. So
I think you do need an engine because you need to push yourself to the right place.
Okay.
And that's always.
I don't. Yeah, so I'm going to put in a rocket booster tank and a rocket engine. That should be fine. So put that thusly, and then put in a rocket engine here, and I'm going to need some pipes, lay some pipe like that, and another piece of wall there probably, and then I guess I can probably pick up these pieces of flooring. Ah, not that. Floor. And floor from there. Right, there we go. There's a really ugly spaceship. But that should work. If I switch back over to me mode, I'll fly this thing over to Telorbit again. Put the Arcolink chests in order to get that in place up there. Oh, I need to fuel it.
You probably need to not have the console.
Yeah, you're probably right. I will probably need to remove that, as you say. But I wanted to put it in as a
size thing.
Yes. Yeah, one of those. I'm also mildly intrigued to find out what happens if I try and launch with it.
Accidentally
Invalid. Hurrah.
made the scaffolding exactly the right width for the number of solar panels I did in the other. in the other orbit. So
Good.
it's exactly the
same size as it.
number.
You mean you're not making it aesthetic?
Yeah, with that I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. Aesthetics that are not just squares or rectangles.
No, squares are aesthetic.
Actually, I'm going to put a pump in this because otherwise it'll take forever to fill up the ship, fill up the tank at the top. It still will because there's dodgy everything's through there. Right. Okay, so we can fill this up. This will then be a spaceship. Interestingly, they do seem to be. This is still called the Blue. This one is called the Lucas, but it doesn't mind. It's still happy to launch. But I think I'll remove the remove this console before we go anywhere anyway, just in case. Also, you are just full of trash. So let's turn you into a purple warehouse. Do we have purple warehouses? I guess we'll find out. Get rid of all of that junk. Or alternatively, actually, I could just not do that and take everything out of there, put it into here. Hello? Oh, I'm not me. Let's try being me. There we go. Take all of that, put it into here. I don't want stone. I don't want copper ore. I don't want raw rare metals. I don't want beryllium ingots. Those can all go into the logistics system and hopefully be dealt with. Flat solar panels, same actually. Those can go out and be upgraded, at least once we have some holmium. And I'll give that one back just because I don't really need it. Okay. Filling this up, that's fine. These have been hopefully being topped up to compensate. Not that I use these tanks, I don't actually need any rocket fuel on this entire system. Can anyone see any problems with my cunning plan here? Speak now or forever hold the pieces. My plan is now to zip back over to Tal orbit, put the 2 chests down, drop the sacrificial ship down, and then either come back and give the other lump to Mike, or just leave it drifting somewhere in orbit to allow him to come along and hook up to it. Oh, defences. That's not a bad idea, actually. Don't need the floor. No, I probably don't need that bit of floor there, but it's easier just to leave it in place at this point. I'll put in a laser turret there.
Turret.
That'll probably be fine. Probably be fine. If not, I shall slow down. Oh, I'll take some spares with me, actually. That seems like a good idea. Just in case something weird. Oh, I've got 9 pieces of floor. That'll be fine. Let's take some. Yes, I'll take some spare walls. In fact, we should have spare bits of walls and spare laser turrets in all of the spaceships, just as sort of emergency things. So 50 walls is a lot. Let's take 20. So let's take 20. There we go. Take 20 pieces of wall. I don't think I need any doors. No, I won't take any lasers. As I said, I can always fly slower if there's a problem. I've got some extra flooring, so I can put a really long sticky outy bit on the side to make it easier for Mike to land next to if he wants to. Yeah. Do you want me to leave the Arca link anywhere in particular, Mike? It'll be in Tal orbit when I get out there. But if you'd rather have it somewhere else, then I'm sure that could be arranged.
The short answer is I haven't really thought about it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've got 9 pieces of. All right, let's take a few more pieces of floor actually, just so I can build a longer sticky outy bit. Again, 20 seems like plenty. Yeah, it doesn't make that much difference for you to come back. Actually, it makes a little bit of difference for you to come back to Talos orbit because it's a fair way out down the sort of the doobery, this sort of doohickey thingy. But it shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, it's really not that far.
Especially when you've got one of the fast ships.
Yep. How's this for aesthetically pleasing?
Aww.
Well, it does seem to be having it like that does seem to be a big plus.
Ayo. Now I just need to land the ship again because it was a little too close for comfort. And I don't want. I want to get the supplies off it, not drain it of all heat.
You won't drain it. Oh, here. It should have plenty of heat. Those things last forever.
If the
yeah, you got 9,000.
Yeah, but if it was connected up to the thing, then it was going to use the power of the ship to power the beam transmitter.
It will never use more than 500 megawatts because that's all that your heat exchanger is capable of doing.
Yeah, but
yes,
I do pull it all out of the ship. Yeah.
Yes. You've left a rock here. That offends me.
Oh, that's a stylistic choice. I wouldn't expect you to understand the aesthetics of that
It's
rock.
sort of punctuation, is it? It's like the extra little squiggle on an Aeon door.
It's an integral part of the art installation to remind you that no matter how carefully you plan our things, there's always some element of nature that gets in the way.
Yes, Unfizzy. This is indeed the first Arco chest we've used, which is why I'm sort of talking through all my thoughts and falafeling about with it quite a lot as we go.
About to have lag generating a planet.
Uh-oh. Yep, that is indeed some lag. I was watching a bot and it just stopped as it flew over the spaceship.
Where's my calculator gone? It's 704. That should actually be enough. Actually, technically, it's excessive.
We could replace some solar panels in orbit with accumulators. Yes, I don't think it would. I mean, it would help. It would smooth out any spikes in the power requirements, but I don't think our power usage is that. That's the wrong thing. Is that spiky? If you look at the amount of power being used here, there aren't. Well, that's only over a relatively short period. It goes up. It does go up and down a bit. Yes, but I don't think I'd be comfortable with the risk of not having enough power to cover even what our most power hungry usage is, which is apparently about 50 gigawatts. I wouldn't be averse.
Especially not on Norvis.
Especially not with Norvis, where it's seriously bad news if it fails. So yeah, we could have 45 gigawatts of power generation and then loads of accumulators and assume that these dips will be when it fills back up again, and then these occasional spikes over when it would use it up. I would not feel comfortable with doing that, however, because I feel like a spike would be able to remain spiky for longer than our accumulators are able to remain sensible, or whatever the old investing adage is in transversed over to accumulators. So yeah, I wouldn't really be comfortable with doing that. I think I'd rather just have too many solar panels. I think we have a lot more than we need. I would be comfortable with removing maybe 15 gigawatts worth from Norbit, but also it's one of those things like the traditional government selling off major parts of the system. It's something you can do once or selling off property. It's something you can do once. You get a brief surge of power, or in that case money, and then you can't do it again and you've lost the thing. So yes, we'd probably be able to go out and it would take us 10% closer to being able to put in another anchor. However, we'd still have the original core problem that we're not making solar panels fast enough. So I don't think it's worth it. We might as well just leave it there. We've got plenty of power. Plenty of power is a good amount of power to have in Norvis. Right, I now need to head back over to Talos once again. Or it's Talos orbit. Actually, I do want to go to Talos because I want to split the ship at Talos, and then I want to pick that up first. Actually, I want to split the ship at Talos and then fly this one over to Tal orbit on its own, because I'm not sure what will happen if I try and split the ships when they're in different places. It might all be a bit weird. Doopy points out we could beam energy from Norbit to other planets. Yes, we could. Again, that would have a similar sort of problem, though, in that it would permanently take power away from Norbit. So I'd rather not. Ooh, that means I can put some more lasers in over here, actually. Do I have more lasers? Of course I don't. That would have been sensible. I could borrow that one and put it in over here. Gives a little bit more cover on that side of the ship. That makes sense. Oh, can I turn you off? Yes, I can. Why? No, I can't. I can actually pull that up. There we go. That'll turn it off. I don't want to drain all the rocket fuel on the flight over to Tal orbit, because then the mini ship won't work, and I'll feel very, very silly. On the plus side, it kind of works briefly just then, so the theory is mostly good. Also, why have I got a deconstruction planner in here? It's a mildly useful one. Anyway, doesn't matter. Leave it there. Why do I have 4 batteries in here? The hell?
Because if you had 17, it'd be weird.
It's pretty weird with 4. I'm going to assume it was a chest of shame syndrome, where I just had some random junk and put it there, because I can't think of anywhere else I'd have got 4 lithium sulfur batteries from, just randomly like that. Now, you know, the funny thing is, because of space exploration physics, this engine over here is still providing a little bit of thrust, because even if you're completely out of fuel, your ships will move very, very slowly. So you can, in an emergency, you can limp them to places. So this is still providing a tiny bit of thrust. It'll make basically no difference. It make basically no difference compared to the 4 ion engines that are working perfectly down here. But in theory, it is generating some thrust. I like that the ion engines are clearly performing a recipe, because this engine in particular has made almost 24,000 products, whatever its product is. So yeah, they are running a recipe that is presumably it's just a void recipe, and then there's some sort of attached thing that says when that recipe is running, you can also produce thrust as well. That's mildly amusing. Thinking, is any of this of use to Mike? The mining drills could be, actually.
Hang on.
But the rest
I've miscalculated a thing.
Wah, wah.
Oh no, I've calculated how many solar power. Right. I've got 23 more solar panels than I need. Based on 100% of their energy being put through the transmission ratio and sent out. However, what I've not allowed for is the fact that I've actually put down more of the beam injectors, because
You got carried away.
well, I technically need
overbuilding.
8 is a bare minimum. 7 is too low. 8 is technically too high, but whatever. But I've allowed for 7.36.
I think I might have broken things.
Then I've put down 10. So let's pull up.
Let me check what I have left after my build here in Maris or Kala something.
Yes,
So the thing we were talking about earlier, and people warning me against, I have in fact done. I've requested so much methane ice. In fact, there's 27,000 methane ice in this warehouse. What's that doing there? Anyway, there's so much methane ice in my request that I'm now requesting more than a spaceship's worth of stuff, which is why these warehouses are full, and these aren't able to pass more stuff into them. So that's problematic. This is going to jam next time a ship comes over, and the ship won't be able to leave because it won't be able to fill itself up completely. However, in order to bring out a suitable quantity of... That's the wrong place. In order to bring out a spaceship's worth of naquium, I need more than a spaceship's worth of ingredients to do so, I think. And it's only going to get worse with trying to ship out iron and sulfur, because that's going to be even more stuff that needs to be taken out. Why is it still that's a thought. Why is it still shipping out thousands and thousands of sulfur? That shouldn't be. We're not. Oh no, we are using a bit of the sulfur. That's okay. Oh, what am I going to do about this? It's going to have to be either send the ship off when it finishes putting stuff into it, when the ship is full, if it's taken out all of this stuff. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Previously we were saying have the ship depart when it finishes when it's loaded everything and unloaded everything. But that isn't going to work because we can't get everything in. So it's going to have to depart when it's full. So when these inserters can't insert anymore, and when it's unloaded everything. It's annoying. The problem is, if I tell it to depart when the inserters are finished when the inserters aren't running, then it might depart. If there's a supply shortage, it would also depart. Which is what the whole system is supposed to get around.
Oh, the beam emitter requires power as well. Right, okay.
A second ship would sort of fix it if the second ship was completely unrelated. So if I put in another ship coming out from here, just bringing out supplies, that would do. Perhaps the answer is to send the ship off from here and then have it not wait until it's filled up completely, and just have the... If we just accept that the ship is going to fly more than the bare minimum amount, and just have it endlessly going back and forth, so it doesn't have to fill up before it'll leave, that could work. And I say it doesn't have to, and it doesn't matter if it's not completely full over here. Yeah, let's go with that. So let's say, so this one, which one's which? It's been so long since I made the video, I've forgotten how the system works. Right, so what we need to do is we need to not watch the signals that are on these inserters. So this one here says if anything, anything plus n is 0, pass that out. And over to here where we subtract, this is where we subtract the methane ice from. So we say leave even if you haven't got as much methane ice as you're asking for. Then it goes into here, which is saying if everything is less than or equal to 0. So if all of these inserters have stopped inserting, then it can go. So I think what I want to do here is if everything, well, is set this to always be a tick basically. And then we won't worry about whether the inserters have finished load. No, that doesn't work. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, wait, so how does this work? So we're not outputting from those. That's just watching the filters. So what we want to do actually is instead of what I was saying, I need to output with the filters whenever they pick something up. And say if the filters are empty, then the ship can go. If the inserters haven't done anything for a while, then the ship can go. So that means I need to put in another timer, which is mildly annoying but doable. There's quite a lot of extra wiring needed for this. Yeah, exactly, Doopy. Yes, if it will leave. Yeah, that's the other part of what I'm going to do. So it needs to leave. So it needs to leave Talos even if it hasn't filled up completely. That's the easy part. I can do that. That one I'm not going to have any trouble doing. The tricky part is it also needs to leave Norbit when it's full. Not even if the amount of stuff that's been put in is insufficient to satisfy the demands from Talos. Which I think I can do actually. So I need to put in another monitor. Actually, no, I want to put in an additional monitor that says have the inserter stopped going, and then OR that with the So if the inserters stop going, that means either the ship has got everything it needs, or the ship is completely full, or there's a supply problem. So if we ignore for now the supply problem issue, just because otherwise that's going to make it too complicated, we need to say, basically we just need to say if the inserters have stopped. And ignore what's and ignore the signal from, and ignore this signal. So at the moment we have the three signals. We say, are you fully fueled? That one we need. We need to make sure it's fully fueled before it goes. Have you got rid of all of your naquium? We need to make sure it's emptied itself before it goes. That's fine. Yeah. And also, have you got everything that you expect to get? And that's the one that's the problem, because we aren't going to get to that point. Over here we have another thing. I'm not sure what this is. This is watching to see if it is actively unloading at the moment, I think. And then we're waiting for all four of those to be the case. So what I want to do is I want to monitor. So over here we are monitoring the inserters to see what they're holding. For other ships at the other end. In fact, actually, I can copy this from the other end. If we go and look at Talorbit, there should be a system here, which is watching all of these inserters and pulsing the hand contents. So, and we're then feeding that to, which one is it? It could be either of them. On the green wire, that's being fed into here, where it says if there's, yeah. Then we have this system here that is the timer. So if I copy that and then go back to Norbit, it should also check for no crystals in the spaceship. Really, yes, you're quite right. It doesn't, but it should.
Mike, where are you?
Talos naquium. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
So put that block in there, like that. And then I need to run a green cable, because we've already got a red one, down all of these inserters. Like this. This will probably all go spectacularly wrong, because that's what usually happens when I try and change any of Mark's designs. But we'll see how it goes. So in a moment, well, hopefully in a moment we'll get these inserters put in, these combinators put in, and I'll be able to fix that up. And I want to have it as in instead of this one here. Yeah, so if I actually want to go in here with unplug that red cable like that, and I want to feed this down to somewhere down here where the tick comes out. Feed that up to here. It doesn't really matter as long as it gets to here somehow. The input side of this specifically, it doesn't matter exactly where it goes. That might be closer. Get that passed over. Yeah, that should work. I think. And that'll tell it to leave. Yeah, it'll tell it to leave when these are all idle. We probably need another timer to say. Oh no, else it should have stuff in it when it arrives. Oh, did I miss the constant combinator? Thank you. Oh, is that? Oh, that one there. Yes, you're right. That's feeding an S into the big green network in the middle. Yeah. Oh, stop putting the camera in the wrong place. I want to be over here, like this. Quite right. We need a constant combi in here. So I'll feed up into here as well. Well, I'll work through the logic once everything arrives and make sure it seems to be working. But it's going to be a while till everything arrives because everything takes a while. So that'll mean that the ship will turn up, it'll fill up, and it'll depart. At the other end, we also need to have it depart when basically when it finishes loading. So we need to not worry about whether it's full. So right, how does the logic work over here? So that's telling it what to put into the ship. Fine. Then down here we've got the green cable coming out saying this is what's in the ship. Are we idle? So actually we want to say these are pulsing. So that tells it when the inserters are idle. Oh yes, so we need to say don't worry about whether the warehouses have got stuff in them. So that would be this one. Yeah, this one. So here we are saying if there's more than 100 things in the warehouses, then output a tick. So we want this to always. So actually, what I want to do is disconnect that from the input here. So that's so many wires. I can't tell what's going on. Pretty sure it's that one that goes across to there, and then you're watching for how many you see. Yes, you are. So if we disconnect that, and then tell that one to actually be only monitoring for 2 ticks, one fewer, then that should work. So there we go. It's finished unloading. That has worked. It's finished unloading, and it's now departed, even though it's not full, because we don't care about the ship being absolutely full. We just want to get it flying back and forth a bit more, so we can get a bit more of the methane ice through. It will arrive in. Bloody hell! It will arrive in a while over here. In some time later, it will arrive over here, and then we'll be able to. Well, these some of the bits and pieces have arrived. So I need a green cable going from here to here, which is clearly not going to happen. There is already green cables on that pylon, so I can't use that as a pass-through. Wire cable's never long enough. I could put a piece of belt in somewhere in the middle, like this. Is that going to be close enough? I don't know. Let's try that to start with. I need one going from there to there. I also need a red cable coming from, it's down here, this one, up to here. So now we've got that's the one that outputs the tick. So given that was the cable could reach that far, I think I'm going to be able to go from here to here. That should be all right. And here to here is obviously trivial. So if you see anything, if greater than 1 output 1 R, yeah, that's fine. And then down here you can constantly get an S fed in. Right. Okay, I think this is going quite well. My current question is: will the bot with that constant combinator and this piece of belt arrive before the ship does? And the constant combinator will, because here it comes now. So there's that. We want you to have an output of a single glorious S like that.
Tristan, could you have a look at the thing?
Which goes into there.
Ooh.
Not saying that's a problem, but I'm not qualified to
Actually, let's turn that off.
determine that.
Yeah,
There we
that
go.
looks like it's... Is that a throughput issue at the other end? No. Why is that being able to back up?
But did I not do that? I thought about doing that. I must have forgotten. You're right, I didn't. Read hand contents as a pulse. There we go. Check one in the middle just for sure. Yep, fantasy. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. That was definitely help. Okay, nearly there, I think. Oof. This is the... I feel like this is the first stream I've done since the weather got significantly hotter. Or since summer happened, basically. And so I am actually getting quite toasty in here. The window is a bit open, but yeah, it's a bit warm. And I'm not used to it. I'm going to turn that filter off because there's quite a lot of valuable... yeah, there's quite a lot of valuable stuff in here. How much is that? How much is there stack-wise? Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, well, let's chuck the methane ice through at least. We'll do these things sort of one resource at a time. So if we put the methane ice through now, we can get rid of all of that, but it's only going to be a few tens, maybe 100 stacks or so, which will easily fit in here. Then once that's done, we can then chuck the next lot through, the next one through, and so on till we're satisfied, till we've emptied the warehouse. Nope, that piece of belt still hasn't arrived. How far out is the spaceship? Oh, there it is down there, going through the asteroid belt at the moment. So, yeah, it's on its way. Next question: where is my ship? Probably there. Yes, it has arrived. Oh, Talos orbit anchor. Let's put it about here. There we go. Confirm that. Now I can put down these things. One goes there. One goes there. And they are number 30. I can now pull up that. And that one needs to stay because that's coming back with me. I need to put down one of these in here. Then I guess I want to... Actually, say I want to go in there. I don't actually. I don't care. You, I want to fly to Talos. Probably find it's able to take off with this this system in it because there's because it's got enough. That might be enough oomph to take off from Talos. But I won't be able to. I'll have to rip up the whole thing anyway. So it's irrelevant. So we'll launch you over to Talos. That was not what I wanted to do. No, that's no. Stop. No. All wrong. Anchor to Talos orbit. Oh wait, no, it was right. I did detach it. I think I've done that correctly. I did detach it. I cut the wall. I didn't cut the flooring because that doesn't matter. I cut the walls. So now I just need to find that extra spaceship, that rogue spaceship I've created because I did do it correctly. I just thought I hadn't, and I can't. Oh, was it called the Lucas? No, it was originally called the Lucas, but Mockingjay. Yes. Oh, it's got no power. Oh, I didn't put a pylon in there. Is that going to be a problem? Probably. Put it back. Confirm anchor. Now I need to put in whatever pylons I've got. Yep, I've got one of these. That'll probably do. Yeah, that'll do. I can put that there neatly. There we go. Now it'll work. These should be. Yeah, these are fully charged. Hopefully that's going to be enough power to buzz it over to Talos. In fact, even if it isn't, it'll probably be able to limp there. Oh, there we go. It was just being slow. Okay, so go to Talos and engage. Yeah, I thought I panicked last time because I thought it had taken me with it or taken the main ship with it as well, or I'd launched this ship instead of that one or something like that. But no, it turns out it's absolutely fine. So that's now on its way. While that's flying, it's going to take a minute to get there. That's not a problem. That's not what I wanted to look at. Let's go back to Norbit. We've now got that piece of a belt in there. Why am I running at 12 FUPs? Do we need to slow the game down a little bit further? I hope not, but I think we might.
And do if needed.
I suddenly noticed things being actually problematically laggy because the inputs were being a bit weird. So yeah, I just do that out of sense of completeness. Actually, it's caught up again now. Now it seems to be fine. But... oh no, maybe not. I've dropped down to 23 fops. Yeah, if you drop it down, stick it at 0.5 speed. That seems to work pretty well. As in, it's when it's been there, I don't remember noticing any problems. Thank you. We'll see how. Oh, it's already saying to a lower number, but never mind. We'll see how it goes. Right. So back to the Mockingjay. How are you getting on? We said a minute to fly, so it's going to take a couple of minutes. So another 10 seconds or so. Then I need to very carefully land this in... well, I need to land this in basically the right place, because once it's landed... I was going to say I can't move it, but that's not true, because we've got the picadoilies installed, so I probably can nudge it around a bit, as long as there's nothing in the way. So it's not going to be too bad. But yeah, this little torpedo has worked well, for or so far anyway, and I don't see any reason that it won't. So we nope, don't want to put you further down, want to put you up a bit, and then over here to the left. And I was saying I was going to stick it in here, just off to the side, and I think that I still think that makes sense. So I'll put it in. I'll put it in here. It's close to where I was talking about before, so we can confirm anchor there. And there, now we have an Arco chest with set to code number 30. So the next thing to do is to either detach this one here, or be helpful and fly it back to Norbit. And I might as well be helpful. Are my bots on? Now they are. Pick those 2 bits up just to tidy up a little bit after myself. Right, and I'll fly this back to Norbit, because then if we do have any problems with this at all, then we'll be able to... oh, does it have to stay on spaceship flooring? Okay. Well, that makes it slightly more complicated, but if we have to move it, we can, but we'd rather not. I'm going to send the ship back without me, and... actually, no, I'm going to need a load of pulverized... Now let's go down and see how far I can get with the pulverizer production system. See how far I get with that. And I'll send the ship back to Norvis to go and get more stuff. I'm still getting very, very laggy. Oh well. Why is that train sat there? What's gone wrong? I'll find out in a second. What's wrong? You're trying to go to barrel drop. Oh. Oh. I have not used the correct number of chain signals, it turns out. So that one's good, but coming through here, that needs to be a chain signal. And so that needs to be a chain signal. And I guess we probably need to have a chain signal in here, and that needs to be a chain signal. And basically, I got lazy with signals, and therefore everything is broken. And Mike is making all kinds of noises.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
And let's put in a regular signal in over here, like that, so the trains can escape. For now, how am I going to fix that?
Mike? You're full of destroyed.
Yeah.
You remember something I said about cannons,
Yeah, it's fine.
About to add a bunch of lag, generating a planet.
I've got enough of that already. Right, I think the easiest way to fix this is going to be to shout at Tristan. Oh no! I was about to reverse this train down, and then another one turned up. Okay, so we'll take this train away to the north instead, then. Like this. Hopefully that one will follow me. And then everything should be okay. Have you finished being awful yet, Tristan?
No, I can't find the pyramid.
This is horrible. Did that even get clicked? I'm not. Yes, it did. Get out of the train. Don't. Oh, that's a get out of the train, not get back into it halfway along. Right. Has that fixed everything? Yes, that train is gone. That's good. That should mean that that train. It's going in there. Really? That's weird. Don't know what that one was doing. I was monkeying around with things, so I could believe that something funny could have happened in there. This should now, yeah, there we go. That one's now going through there and is able to. So I think this is basically once the trains flow and clear out the jam, I don't think we're going to have problems from now on. I accept that is sort of wild mass optimism, but you know, fingers crossed and all that. So that one can go. That one can clear off to wherever it's going. This one will come down here, presumably go around the loop and go in up here. This one can escape to wherever trains go, and then this one's got to manage to find its way out as well. Why are you sat there? Okay. Right, yes, because that wanted to follow that one all the way around. It had to wait until the other train got. So it's not going to be great for throughput. But when we haven't just but when we haven't just had a massive spectacular train jam, that shouldn't matter. We shouldn't need particularly high levels of throughput. So I think this is going to be okay. In general, at least. And we just might have trains waiting in here for slightly longer than would be ideal, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, I probably should put a defensive thing on the outcropping. It's probably going to be all right, I think, because if we look at the ship and its growth, these lasers up here basically should be able to protect it without any difficulty. I think. I think I was being a little overly cautious putting in the extra lasers. I expect it'll be fine, and if it isn't, then the ship will just stop. I don't think there's going to be any chance of it taking damage to the. Well, if it does just stop in the middle of nowhere, I'm not going to be able to do anything with it, am I? Maybe I should go with it. No, I think it'll probably be all right. But then it's easy enough to fix it. No, actually, no. I've changed my mind again and again and again. Let's stick a laser on the top of it because it's easier. It's just as easy to. It's easy to do so. And I'll feel very silly if we have problems because I didn't. That's more than I need. I only need that much. I think, yeah, because then I can take those two out. Do we have robots over here? Are these linked? Yes, we do. Oh, we don't have any. Those are blue chest. That's a blue chest. Right, fine. I shall go back up there and sort that out because yeah, it'd be silly to get the ship into difficulties just because I couldn't be bothered to go in and put a laser turret on the front of it. And right, and then here. Actually, no, you can fly to a spaceship in order to fix it, so that it would have worked if I'd. We would have been able to recover it, rather. One there and one there. Right. Lovely. And I'll put the flooring back in here. The walls back in here just because I don't really want them. Or mostly because I don't really want them. Stop being a muppet. Right. So now if I get this back over here. Right, we can tell you. I said tell you. Can I have that, please? Thank you. Send you back to Norvis Orbit. Alright, Mike, I'm sending the Arcolink chest to Norvis Orbit for you to pick it up from there.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
No problem. Seemed like the best place to leave it. I will land my ship somewhere other than the official landing place, just so it's easier to get at it and attach it wherever you want to.
Thank you.
Okay, so over here now, all of this needs to go. Everything must go. Closing down sail. Destroy everything. And then all of that can go as well. And that. And that. Right, there we go. Now we have a thingy. So now I want to copy that to here. Actually, I should cut and paste it, but never mind. Pull all that up. Okay, so now I need to know how fast this stuff's going to come out and how many machines one purple belt can satiate. Let's use the blueprint editor for that. Is what it's for. So we will have an infinity chest producing a quantity of naquitite. Sorry, naquitite. Get that right.
Hello.
Feel free to grab some solar panels and
Purple
schedule
that
them
out.
for my ship.
Thank you.
Right, so the question is now, how fast do I want this to work? And also, where am I going to get the iridium from? These are 2 questions, so yeah, we'll also have some iridium coming through. So I want you to be iridium. I'll just do this as iridium plates for the moment because that's the easy way to do it. Then along here we would like to have superior inserters and long superior inserters. Like that. You are going to be doing the crushed naquitite recipe. Oh, it produces water as well, just to be extra fun. Okay. I guess we'll make that into ice and send it off, or blow it off as steam, more likely. So get water out, iridium plate out, iridium powder out, and crushed naquitite out. Fine.
Mike, grab your stuff, please.
Which stuff? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Amphizy. Well, thanks for joining, and we'll catch you another time.
Yonk. 2 seconds.
So do that, and then purple. Do I have purple splitters? I don't have purple splitters. Probably don't. No, I don't. I probably do need purple splitters because they'll eventually all add up and go on the same place. True. Yes, that's a good point. Of course, it's the same setup as Stardust.
Thank you very much.
But it's going to be it's going to be mumble times quicker because purple belts are twice as fast, and but also there's going to be a bunch of modules stuck in there to make things go at different speeds. So, but yeah, that's a very good point. Let's just copy the one in Stardust first and use that as a base. So Stardust, yes, I would like to copy this, I suppose. So I want all of that. But there's the wrong machines at this point. So it's not that... I mean, I suppose it's sort of helpful. Paste that in over here. Like... whatever. Like that.
Someone has sent an aeroframe bulkhead through the crash system, just in case that was
That's weird.
unexpected.
If it was me, I didn't mean to, but it doesn't mean I didn't.
Not me.
No, me neither. So it has to be you, Tristan.
Tristan.
What are you doing? Why are you sending stuff like that through the system?
And it won't make it upset.
I like the way that in Wix's orbit, or Wixovis orbit, even the power line is reasonably good looking. It's only slightly ruined by the meteorite defense systems.
Have you been going through and tidying up the
I only tidied up 3 cables. The rest
I can't look at that. It's on a
genuinely
surface.
went out. That's right.
On inaccessible surface, rather. Power? Power. Put one of those in. I guess I have to put it in somewhere accessible, like that. There we go. And it also needs to be... the power needs to be powered, so I'll put one of these in up here, just out of the way. Right. And then these will go in all the way along here. And I know I need to have a water output. But I'm also going to be moduling all of this stuff up fairly severely. This should probably be going in the opposite direction, actually. At least for now. So I'll flip that round for while I'm making it and deciding how big to make it. Do that. And then have this go out into an infinity chest over here. Like that. And then tell that, come on, remove unfiltered items. There we go. So that'll just run forever now. Until once I got rid of the water, at least. So I'll do the same with an infinity pipe over here, and then it'd have been smart to do this before I copy and pasted everything across, because it would have been a bit easier. But never mind. It doesn't take too long to do. So shove a pipe through the middle of here, and then it can get rid of all of the unnecessary water that we don't need. And I think that all those are automatically a dump. Yes, they are. There we go. So that's now running. We can see this is using about not very much of everything that's coming through. So the next thing to do is to make it even slower. And I think, I don't know, what speed of productivity modules can we actually reliably make? Because anything we use will be an improvement, and I don't want to go, oh yeah, we'll just use 6s because we can do those, because we can't actually do those at the moment. We can do 5s. Okay, so let's make it 5s for now. So I'll put in speed module 5 just because. That's that one. Productivity module 5, sorry. And I'll put in one of these bunnies down here. No, we can't do tier 6s because we've got we don't have the vitalic reagents. I'll copy all of this. And put it in there, and it's not going to work because there's a beacon in the way. I shall sort out the beacon momentarily. So what's this supposed to look? So supposed to have that there and that there. Oh, and that's supposed to be a copy of that one. I do hope that didn't break it. Yes, it did. Okay, so we'll put that back in there. Oh, except this whole bit along the bottom is supposed to be flipped around as well, like that. Like so. Then we can have another copy of this here to get rid of the junk. Are you actually running? Yes, you are. Yes, he's running. Okay, they're all running incredibly slowly because I took the beacon away. So this is where I try and put the beacon back in again. It needs to be this high up. It can be, yes, it can be where I'm putting it now. So I'll put it, and it can. Oh no, it has to be there. That's a problem. But we'll put it in and then we'll solve the problem. So put that one there, and then this can be. Can I just move things like this? No. Put that there, and then we have an underground along here, like that, and then we have a belt along here like that. Okay, so that is now successfully demolishing that entire belt. We don't need the last 2 machines on it, but it is doing it. So actually, I suppose the next question is, what if I put in the tier 6 productivity modules into that instead of the tier 5s? That's 8, 7. If I put 6s in, then it'll tell me in a moment that I've run out of them, but that's because it's mean like that. So let's assume that I can use prod 6s eventually. And that one as well? Come on, can you just actually work? Oh, it has done. Alright, yeah, that's about right. That's pretty much using all of the machines. So I think I'm okay with that design as being, here we go, this is a system that is adequately balanced. And I can also put in another copy of this underneath here, especially if I move this up to a slightly more sensible place. I can move you 1 square that way, like that. Then I can put this up in here, there we go. And then I can copy the whole thing and put it in again. I just wanted to rotate it, I didn't want to flip it. Oh, blue pulverizer cannot be flipped. Okay. Well, I would put it in again like this with the belts as appropriate, I suppose. Alright, what if I just copy the whole thing and then fix it again afterwards? So we'll take all of that, put it in there like that. Then we'll come along here and sort. Oh, this is going to be messy. Oh, actually, no, it's not that messy. I can put that in there, get rid of those 2 instead of having it feed out there. And then this is going to be the difficult bit here. But I can put that. Yeah, actually, no, this is going to be okay. Put one of those in there. Copy that to there. Rotate that way, and then have another underground here like that. Put that there. I think that works. In fact, I think I prefer the design I did down here at the bottom. It's kind of neater, but you know, it'll work. Oh, these are over beaconed. That's fine. I get rid of that. And then down here, yeah, we have all of that. I probably don't need that pylon. And I can replace this with a belt going through the middle there. Right, lovely. There we go. That is a complete pulverizing system that will deal with 2 purple belts on the input and produce a smidge on the output. And then I can link all of these together. Actually, these could have been on the same. This could be on the same belt all the way through because it's not going to produce 2 belts worth by any stretch of the imagination. Oh yes, you're right. There's problems with pipes by the beacon. Well spotted. Could move the beacon 1 square that way, but then this would all break, and I wouldn't have anywhere to do anything to do with that. What if I put that from there to there, and then that can go there, and then this one can come out from here? Yeah, that works. Thank you. Well spotted, but also fortunately fixable. So there we go. That's now I think that's probably going to be working, but then I thought that just before, so who knows. But that's dealing with two of the belts that are coming in, and we're getting out slightly more than half a belt on the output.
Lag.
That is a lot of lag.
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Mike.
So that was me in the blueprint. Sorry. Do you want the bad news?
You're going to do it 10
One
more times?
Again.
It's just 1 tile too far to the left. It's not really. I joke.
It's okay. In 3 minutes, I'm gonna make a load more lag.
The other thing that occurs to me is none of this needs to be purple. So we've got a purple going in here, and it's being quartered. The quarter coming out in total, and each of these therefore being 1/8 of it. So these could these be yellow? Actually, be yellow belts? I think they probably could, but I'm going to drop them down to be blue belts because more than that seems excessive. So let's downgrade all of. Have I forgotten how to use this? I don't want to upgrade. Oh no, it's right click, isn't it? There we go. So downgrade all of. No, stop being wrong. There we go. Downgrade all of that. That's to green. That's to blue. Why does downgrade? Oh, it does work. It's just slow. Okay. So there we go. That's all of that, and then up here do the same thing again. 1, 2, and then down here as well. 1, 2. So now we've dropped all that down to blue belts because they're cheaper, but that will still be more than fast enough. I could probably downgrade it again to red belts, but that seems a little bit unnecessary. Oh, the underground length needs to be at least red, does it? Okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, I honestly don't. So it's a quarter and 8. Each of these is, as I said, 1/8 of a purple belt. And a purple belt is 90. So yeah, 15 would have been enough. So if it wasn't for the underground, yeah, I could downgrade them all the way to red. It just feels a little. Oh, what the hell? Why not? Let's be efficient about this. In an area where it doesn't remotely matter because blue belts are still cheap. Okay, so there we go. That's now going to be producing a half a purple belt of naquitite in total. Oh, but there's also going to be a certain amount of the iridium powder coming out, and we're going to need to deal with that as well. But that's fine. We know how to do that. You basically just cook it. You have a couple of machines that cook it back into iridium ingots, feed it back round to the supply, and it'll all be fine. So. Right, let's now take this and put it in on Mumble Planet, Talos, and see what happens. So come back out the blueprint editor, and I want to put this in over here. I kind of want the belts up the middle to be pointing. I kind of want the output belts to be pointing in the opposite direction, though. Well, actually, no. Better idea. What if I do it upwards like this? Then we can have all the copies in sort of in parallel with each other, and then we can just feed the output belts across the top. So yeah, let's do that. Let's put this in here. That does mean I'm going to need a lot more roboports for all of it. Oh, apparently I'm not going to need roboports. I'll just build it out of my pockets. We'll put in another one of these over here somewhere. If this is going to be the first set, then putting the roboport there makes sense. Okay, there we go. That's placed. I'm going to need power for everything. Pylon is there. Put it. Where can I put it to get power? Nowhere. Excellent. Oh yeah, down here will do. All right. Like that. Right, so that's now powered. We've got power. Yeah, we've got power to there. So now the bots will come out and they'll do whatever they can of this. I did say I was going to downgrade all of this to mod speed to productivity 5s. That goes. That goes. This all goes. I need to link all of these water pipes together, and not with infini pipes because they are not a thing. So what I want to do is this. Does that reach? Yeah, nice. I think... Am I right in thinking the iron pipes go further underground than other pipe types?
Steel, you mean?
No, iron go further than steel, but steel has a higher throughput. I could be completely
really?
wrong about this, but I thought I got that impression from somewhere.
No, max length of iron is 20 and steel is 30.
Okay. Maybe I accidentally tried to put down a space pipe somewhere then. That is entirely possible. Is there an evaporometron on this planet? What are they even called?
Last stack.
Thank you. They're pretty cheap. I might be able to build one in my pockets as if there aren't any, but we'll see first. There's going to be quite a lot of stuff that's going to need to be brought out anyway. The question is, how big do I build this initially? How much naquitite do we assume that Mike is going to be able to bring me? I don't know what the answer to that is.
At least one. I wouldn't assume very big to start with. It's going to be a scaling project, given how much time I'm spending just trying to get the basic power down.
Right. I would feel that once the power is done, it will probably scale fairly quickly, because that's the hard part. But yeah, that's a fair point. Fair comment.
Yeah. Okay, I'm now out of scaffolding. Completely.
I brought you some extra.
You did. Thank you. It was very much appreciated. I'm still out.
Are you still trying to work on producing power for the mine area, or are you trying to make it for an anchor?
Anchor as well.
The anchor is not going to be feasible in the short term because we just don't have the scaffolding for it. I would encourage you to work on the naquitite first, and then hope that by the time you've got a naquitite system set up, the
Lag time while you're talking.
But hopefully by the time you've got the naquitite set up and working, there'll be a bit more scaffolding available for you to use to get the anchor up and working.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because setting up the naquitite is going to require a lot more manual work than the scaffold than the anchor.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Yep, that's fair enough. I will, in that case, momentarily go and.
You're quite right, Doobie. Thank you for pointing that out.
Mike, if you blueprint the power expansion, I'll go there because I'm doing the anchors anyway.
Thank you. I've mostly blueprinted it.
Okay.
Requires a bit of a tweak, but it is technically correct.
The best kind of correct, as they
Yep.
say on the internet. They're wrong, but they say it.
This.
This belt up the middle probably doesn't need to be.
Game blueprints.
It
There it is.
doesn't need to be a fast one. Yeah, it's going to be an eighth of the speed, so this could also be a red belt, actually. Let's do that. Let's make this one
I've stuck it in the
red
game
and
blueprints.
this one red.
Basically, the bit in the middle needs to be swapped out for a dimensional anchor.
Oh, okay.
Do you think
It's
that's like
also not
bones we can hear creaking?
quite enough. Probably I am that old.
It is known.
It's also not quite enough for a whole dimensional anchor. It's only 41 gig. It needs to be 60. But
These things are ridiculous.
if you copy the north, south, east, and west segment and just replace them with one extra thing in each direction, that should be enough. Oh wait, hang on. No. One extra would be an extra by 412. Ooh, it's gonna be close. You'll need one more unit on top of that. Oh, it's ridiculous. Or you could just pick the central area and put more holmium power panels down in that.
What do you use to make one of these? iridium ingots. Is it just
Probably sensible.
Is it just an assembly? Oh, it is just an assembly machine. Okay, well, we'll put in an advanced assembly machine because let's not mess around.
I'm actually okay with how that looks. I mean, it's not the greatest thing I've ever done, but...
I'm not okay with my... Oh, there it is. Let's bring that over there, and yes, I think a blue loader is going to be adequate for that. Are you going to be... I dropped that in more or less at random. Is it going to be powered? No, it's not. We don't have power over there. Let's put that... In that case, let's put that up here. Come over like that, and again we're going to need I'm going to need the loader over here to load all of the iridium in here. I have notably put it far too close to this, which is a bit silly, but that's because that's where the flare stack and the power. I could move the flare stack out a bit. How much? Where does power cover? Yeah, let's move the flare stack out a bit. Not that much. That much. Can I move you? I can. Excellent. And you? That feels better somehow. And then, well, if this is a red belt, and I reckon it's going to, or I reckon this is going, no, it's going to need an eighth of a purple belt for each one, and a blue belt is half a purple belt. Therefore, it'll feed 4 systems, or four of these. So yeah, okay, a blue belt coming out of here will be twice what is required to run what I've built so far. Let's use some underground purples along here, for the sake of sanity. Like that. And then blue splitter goes here and here, and belt goes like this. And in the interests of copy paste ability, I shall do that as well. I know somebody will complain about me having oh, and I need the any out. Someone will complain about me having nothing on all of those things, having wasted space on all those belts, but I don't care. I've wasted stuff on all those belts, sorry, but I don't care. It's only iridium plates. Then where are the red? There are the red undergrounds. These all need to come out over here like this, and they need to be sorted. I think I'll sort them before I merge them, so I don't need to worry about better belts or anything. So then each one of these will have a red splitter on it like this that will take out... do I not have any red splitters? Probably not. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, we'll put the red splitters in here. These will sort out the crushed naquitite and the iridium powder. The iridium powder we will then cook down into ingots again and shove it back into this machine or into the supply somewhere. We'll do it all down in this area down here, and then we'll have more belts coming off over here with the crushed iridium on them. Now the thing that has occurred to me is slightly worrying, is that I've said, okay, we'll do 2 belts of it for now, and that'll bring out a quarter of a purple belt. Sorry, half a purple belt. And this system over here needs an additional purple belt. So actually, we do need to double this, and therefore expect Mike to provide more of the more naquitite. However, we'll do this sort of a little bit at a time. We'll get the first. I'll get this design finished off, and then I'll copy it, and then we'll just go from there. Do we really not have any red splitters? No, we do seem to have red splitters. We're just waiting for them to arrive. Okay, then that's not so bad. I would like to get those programmed if I could. That would be helpful. And then yes, as I say, we'll split. Oh, actually, I could think about the next step. So if I replace that with an inserter, a speedy inserter, of course. I don't want a superior long filter inserter. If I replace that with a speedy inserter like this, then that means I can bring the other supply of iridium in without I can bring the other supply of iridium in without needing to do any sort of prioritization shenanigans. I'm going to have another belt that brings it over. So making iridium ingots. So you need an iridium blast. So you need an industrial furnace or an advanced. I'll probably use an advanced furnace just for fun, and then you need a centrifuge to deal with the iridium powder, and it's iridium powder I've got. So if I put in an advanced furnace, I'm not expecting to get very much iridium back from this, so I'm going to just use one of each of the machines, and that I expect it to be okay. I may end up being wrong about this and having to put in an additional one, but don't make it. Just place a ghost. Right, so we'll put in an advanced furnace here. I'll leave a little bit of space just for when I realise I've messed up something. So put in an advanced furnace there, and actually maybe we'll put in 2 centrifuges, because I feel that centrifuges are going to be a lot slower than an advanced furnace. Or maybe I'll just leave room for... Oh, well, I'll just put 2 in. It's easy enough. And then over here, load those in there, and then we have a belt that brings them out from here to here. It amuses me a little bit that I spent a non-zero amount of time thinking about belt speeds to go in here, and then for this bit I've just gone meh and chucked in a blue one just because it's easy. Right, so you guys are going to be making iridium blast cake. That means you need that means we need enriched vulcanite over here as well. Oh, I'd forgotten that was a thing. I'd remembered that we were going to need pyroflux, but that's not a problem because we already have pyroflux. It's in this pipe down here. But the enriched thingamummium is annoying. Can we just fly, please? Oh, we need to finish this game soon. It's getting not unplayable, but it's getting difficult. And then somewhere up here, whatever. Can't get that in until I put that machine in. Oh, until that's happened. Awesome. So you're going to be making iridium ingots like that. And that means we need to feed in the steam comes out of it. Fine. Send that down there. And then a little bit of pipe across the middle to join them up. I don't have a little bit of pipe across the middle to join them up. There's some pipe. Copy that. Put that in there. Right. So that's nearly everything. I could take the steam out of here, put it through a I could take the steam out of here and just put it into one of these, to be honest. Sod it. I don't care. There's nothing... I mean, yes, it's a quantity of energy is produced, but it's... we're not getting that much. We're not getting that much steam coming out of the iridium processing. We're not going to be making that much iridium. Over here, water is cheap. I don't care. There is a lake somewhere that I can pull it out of. Right. So there are 2 things. So I think now there are 2 things left to do of different difficulties. One is to bring a supply of all the things needed to make acid up into here and send that off to in the teleport chest off to be made into acid and then to do the mining. Fine. And the other thing is to bring enriched vulcanite in here to allow these systems to work and to turn it into ujamortsum and turn it into the blast cake so it can be made into iridium. That part, bringing in the enriched vulcanite, is going to be annoying. It's going to mean it's not going to be too bad because it's just going to be another thing to put on the requests with the spaceship and another thing to sort of bring up on a belt. Oh, I'm gonna have to make it available to be fed into the spaceship as well. Yeah, it's going to be a bit annoying, but it's not going to be unmanageably annoying. So I'll get that done. It's not too bad. So over here we also need to filter the priorities, get everything coming through on the belts in the correct way. So let's take out the iridium powder. Sure, put it on the left. I don't really care. It doesn't matter which side it goes onto, as long as it's the same on all of them and we wire it through properly. So I'll then let's then bring that down 1 and then 2 and then go, yeah, I'll put in a splitter here. That goes across like this. I've not really left enough space. They can go along the bottom and then go up. That's fine. That's not a big deal. And then we need some of these in here. and and goes there. I mean, yes, that's weird and bad, but it actually doesn't matter. I could put that on the other side and move all of this across a little bit, but there's not going to be enough powder coming out here for that to actually be a problem. I am going to upgrade this belt along here, actually, I think. I don't expect it to be particularly high throughput, but I'd rather be on the safe side there, because I haven't even thought about the numbers. Then I'll want to have an underground going like this to over about here, and then a belt going along here like that, and inserters to load it, and long inserters to load in the enriched vulcanite that's going to be coming through. Finally, we do this again. Get these things out down here. And run a belt of an appropriate speed along here, which I think is going to be another blue belt. So again, we'll put in blue joiners along like this. This makes me slightly uncomfortable actually in this particular instance. I'll probably be fine. Famous last words. That comes all the way along there. And then we need to get this down and into this warehouse down here. So we'll put in another loader down there, but the other way round. Has that gone the other way round? I think it has. Yes. And then we'll bring this blue belt. I'm going to bring it up. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to bring it under again like this and hope that, yeah, there'll be enough room to wiggle some more belts around coming out of that thing. And then this can come across here, down. And in the at a point in the future, if necessary, I will upgrade this whole belt to purple, put to about here somewhere, and put in a purple splitter up here that will bring in the second load of this, so we actually can have a purple belt's worth coming in. So I am planning ahead a little bit there. I just haven't built all of the advanced stuff. Actually, you know what? I should build it at the correct tier. Let's not under what's name this just because I've being like, oh, it's still green. Let's not under belt it because just and go, well, I'll update it later because I might as well do it properly from the start. That's I feel is a better way to do things. And then I can put in a purple splitter here that will bring in the second blue belt. What's going on here? Don't be like that. Get rid of that, and then put the blue belt in properly. We can then have a second blue belt that comes along here, through here, and that will carry the other half of what's going to go onto this purple belt eventually. And in fact, I could put purple belt there. That's not a purple belt. I could put the other purple belt. I could put purple belt in there and get rid of those two bits because they're not needed. Right, like that. There we go. Okay, so that is. Well, I'm going to say once again that is mostly done. It's in exactly the things remaining to be done are still exactly the same as the things that were remaining to be done before. I still need to make this run. I still need to make this run twice as fast. I need to put in the inputs that are required here, and I need the output, and I need the other input that's required here. So that would be another belt that would come in like this, and then come up from the output system over here. Why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? So we'll have another belt coming out of here, bringing the blast cake. No, not the blast cake. The I've forgotten the name. Bringing the enriched vulcanite over, and sending it up to be everything up there. So let's see if I come down. Ooh, there's some blue belts being placed. Oh, for that. Okay, fine. Then over here, do we have a blue load? Yes, we do. So I can put that in there, and we can then program this one because it's not meant to be holmium cable. This one is meant to be iridium ingots. Do that, and then copy it to there, I suppose. Don't tell me that was genuinely my last loader. That's ridiculous. It was okay. I'll use a green one then, just because it's there. And that is not to be iridium ingots, that is to be enriched vulcanite. And then we'll need another blue belt coming off here. Going up this way. Like that. That'll reach, won't it? Yes, it will. Switch over to satellite mode. And then this one, again, needs to come over all the way to over here. Okay, so it's underneath that one, so let's bring it over. Well, I'll need to cross over it somewhere. That's fine. Bring it along there. This is getting a bit spaghetti. But never mind. Don't care. That comes down there. Right. So that is all. That's that input brought in. I just need to put them onto the spaceship now, so they get brought down here. Fine. And then over here, right, we need to bring the sulfur. This is fairly easy. So that comes from there, there, and then probably just drag this across. Yep. Over to... Ooh, too far. Come up there. Lovely. And do something similar with the iron ingots. Now this is going to be slightly fiddly. So what I'm going to do is move that down to there. Then I'm going to put in a splitter there. And then we're going to go with blue belts because they are just a known entity that work quite nicely. So bring that through like that. Just keep everything the same. In fact, I'll get rid of that bit in the middle there because blue belts are, yes, they are at least that good. And that one as well, actually. Oh, if we could have slightly less lag, that'd be easier. But no, that's all right. Bring that over to here, and then up this way. Join it onto that one. So there we go. There's two of my inputs planned. The belts there are all stopped, so that's fine. They won't let stuff go through. I also need to make water, or water ice rather. We've got cryonite here, so there's a nice big convenient point here. Do we have water here? We do. Is this an unlimited water supply? Probably. They usually are. How do you make ice? Is it just cryonite and water in a chem plant?
We now have a energy beam receiver charging in Melancholia.
Hooray! So cryonite and sulfuric acid. Fortunately, those are both things we have, and they are being made in suitable quantities. So cryonite. So we need a couple of chemical plants. It was chemical plants both, wasn't it? Yes, of course it was. What else could it be, really? So over here we find a couple of chemical plants. I'm going to use advanced chemical plants just because why not, to be honest. I'm going to need one there. Yeah, just one there, one there. I don't know where the inputs are going to be on these, so I can't really do very much with this until I know. The cryonite is going to be the relatively easy one, so we can put the cryonite punching through here, like this. Because cryonite's a solid, so you just feed it straight into the machine, and it goes okay then, and does what you want. Actually, that's even so. I'm going to wait to build that up until I find out what these chemical plants can do. However, that is going to be this machine down here is going to be outputting water ice, which can then come up and be passed up here into this third belt. And Mike might actually not need the water ice. This might be completely unnecessary. But I'd rather have it available and available to be shipped and not needed than not have it and find out it's needed. So yeah, don't worry too much about a water ice mine if you don't want to make one, Mike. I'm going to be quite capable of shipping that out to you. He's clearly overjoyed by that suggestion.
Yay. Yep, okay, no worries, works for me. Okay. I'm heading back to Norbit to pick up more stuff.
Okay. I shall land my ship there so you can get the...
Thanks.
That's not what I wanted. I shall land my ship there so you can get the... doohickey, the tumour.
Thank you.
Where shall I put it? That's the question. I'll
just park it somewhat north of the usual area.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Northeast of it is quite a nice area.
Yep. I'll pick it up next time through. It is 11:15. So I am going to go to bed, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Thanks for the game, guys, and I'll catch you in the next one. Right.
Oh, I need to put somewhere where there's bots.
See you next
Have
time.
a good one.
All right, see you later.
See ya.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, actually, of course, there's bots everywhere because we've got construction systems set up everywhere. So if I touch this down here, boom, then I can delete. I can get that deleted by bots, and that, and then I can hop the ship, hoppity ship, to Norvis orbit, launch, plip, anchor. Back down over here, and then I can request all the nonsense that I need over on Talos and get it loaded into the ship. And this is nonsense we probably have as well, which is nice because I don't need any space scaffolding. Although this is, of course, going to use more probably. Well, it's going to use a bit more power. I don't know how bad it's going to be actually. All right, so we've dropped that in there. Over here we have some requests. Let's get rid of those. I don't need those. I don't need that stuff in here. Well, I'll leave it in there as an emergency supplies. But now I can have a look down here, and I can see that there's 700 and mumble things. Oh, it's going to have maxed out, isn't it? I'm not going to know everything I need for construction for all of this because it's just not going to tell. It's not going to tell me because it's going to have the Factorio thing where it can't count above apparently 733, which is odd because I thought it was 600. But
601, yeah.
But there are 729 entities missing the material for construction on Telos. I don't know. I might just...
Maybe you've got multiple roboports?
Oh, that's quite possible, yeah. Especially as there's 13 entities missing construction robots. Maybe what I'll do, in that case...
Or is that you standing there?
Oh, possibly. I am a construction area, after all. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll copy... Because I'm going to make at least one more of these, maybe I should just copy the whole thing. Oh, we've got the advanced industrial chemical plants over here. That surprised me. I was not expecting those to turn up. Most of what I need, then, is just blue belts and some purple belts and modules. Rest of it all just seems to have arrived. Oh, and there's an advanced machine there that's not happening either. So let's copy this and just say, yes, I would like... That was a good idea. I'd like it, but more, please. Can I just squish it right up against this one? Will that be a problem? Probably not. Said in tones of thoughtfulness. No, I don't think that's a big problem. The question is, do I want two more? Do I want to double it again? And I think the answer is probably not yet. It's going to be something. It's going to be. I will eventually probably want to do so that we're getting even more out. But at this point of time, probably not. So that purple belt can come in there. This one is going to be an awkward one. It's going to have to come in across the thingamajigamy down there. So we need to have 1, 2, 3. It's this one. Right, okay. So these... So we'll have one coming in here that'll go up to this one. But that needs to come across here, so that goes across there. Comes down here. That one can come down here, which means that one can go there, and then this one can go here. Yeah, that's fine. That fits. So let's be one lower than all of this for all of this. That can go across there, like that. And then these ones can come out like this. Right, so I've got three more. That makes sense because we've done 4 of them now. Cause we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 banks of systems. I do need to put in an additional splitter there to make that work. All of this seems about right. I'm going to need, basically I need that again. Oh, Mike is also going to need deep space loaders in order to load his Arcolink chest fast enough for the amount that I'm going to be pulling out of it. So that's another thing that we're going to need to do. It is also entirely possible that we'll find that this is not enough and we'll need to do all of this again. But, oh well, we can do that if we have to. Also, I don't know why there was a random piece of belt missing there, but it's probably going to be missing over here as well. Yes, there it is. We haven't got that yet. Is that being built? Let's find out. Right, so, yeah, largely what I need over here in order to finish this off is just a bajillion blue belts, where I'm not sure exactly how many a bajillion is.
Oh, we're short of iridium.
Oh, okay, a bot did that. Fine. Be helpful then if you must. Right. So I think that this might actually be slightly too much for the blue belt output blue belt along here. I'm kind of curious to see, but I think it might be. So in theory, 4 purple belts in equals 1 blue belt out. However, because we're putting productivity modules in them, it's going to be 1 blue belt in equals 1 point of belts out. So therefore, somewhere along here, we're going to have to do, well, that. And that's probably quite a good place to do it. Because then, yeah, we can use these splitters here to try and kind of sort of try and balance it ish.
Out of enriched vulcanite on.
Oh.
Well, there's. Oh, it's jammed up because the spaceship's not here, so it's not taking stuff away. So it's not taking the enriched vulcanite down.
Oh. I see. So is there a spaceship on its way? Because there's supposed to be two Kothar spaceships.
Yeah, they're just passing at the Norvis interchange.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh.
Have we suddenly used a load of iridium very, very quickly? Because it feels weird.
It's used for the mirrors for solar panels.
Because it feels weird that we be out of it,
Yeah.
and yet have too much at the other end. That doesn't feel like the sort of position I would expect it to get into, unless we're using it so fast that 2 ships is not transporting it quickly enough. It feels like a weird reason for it to have broken. And given that it's basically 11:30 and I didn't go to bed until 1 in the afternoon after on Saturday, should probably I didn't get home until 1 in the afternoon after. I didn't go to bed until for I don't know how long. I don't want to think about it. 36 hours? No, I'm not thinking about it. It's probably not a suitable time to start working on it.
Oh my. Second.
That's the server motto. Oh, Mike. Also, Talos, why have you still not got any methane ice? Right, the ship is gone from here. There's a ship up here with some methane ice in it, which is nice, but it's just not getting through. Where's the Talos ship? The Talos naquium ship. Is it stuck in Norbit because I didn't make the modifications properly? That seems quite possible, to be honest. Hello, Pirate Man. Welcome. No, Christoph, the Arcolink chest is not connected somewhere yet. It will be connected somewhere eventually, but that's up to Mike, so it might take a little while. All right, here's the Talos N ship. It's done the other. It's failed in the other way. Okay, I was not expecting that to happen. So we do need to have an ore system in here that looks to see if either we've run out of stuff or we've got enough stuff. So I could dirty hack that in by putting a cable across. I don't want to do that. I want it to be ored properly. I don't want it to be over-ored or under-ored or whatever. What if I put in another one of these here? Is that decider, and we say if for that one we'll say if tick is greater than 0, then output 1 tick. Yes, we can do that. So we can then feed this signal down from, instead of having this signal coming from here. Oh, this is getting more and more horrible. Actually, this is set up okay. Right, so we feed a signal down from here to here, and also from here to here, and we say if either of them, then tell the ship to leave. That'll work, I think. Yes. Oh, and you're right. This is disabled. I forgot to disable that. But the ship isn't full, so none of these are doing it. Oh, but they've stopped. You're right. Yes, this would work. I did think it through properly all the way through. I just didn't re-enable this this combinator. Yes, thank you. Yes, if the inserters are idle for mumble time, don't press that. Stop it. Go away. If the inserters are idle for mumble time, that means either we've filled up the ship or we've put in everything that we want to put in. Yes, you're quite right. Thank you. Right, looking back at chat again. Hello, Pirate Man. You've caught up on every VOD I've made. Blimey, that's a lot of VODing. I'm honestly, I'm impressed. Why does it keep giving me that? What am I pressing? Oh, Alt is still thinks Alt pressed. That's why. Right. Yeah. If you've watched all of the if you've watched all the K2SE VODs, I'm very impressed. If you've watched all the other VODs I've made as well, then I'm even more impressed and slightly worried for your sanity. But yes, thank you. Thank you for the binging, and welcome to the stream. I hope you can hang around. Well, hang around for as long as you can. So. Do we have a spaceship capable of Arclink transport? Kind of, yes. In that you missed this an hour or so ago. I took my normal interplanetary ship and I built a couple of warts on the side of it. And then I then flew back to Norbit. Well, I made a little torpedo thing that could then land on a planet, and I built and I also left one of the warts over here. Which Mike is going to come back and attach to his ship at some point and fly that off to Melancholia and leave out there. So yes, we've developed a system for transporting these things around. The reason and we had to do it. I did it with the torpedo thing because none of our spaceships are capable of taking off from Talos. So whatever went down onto that planet had to basically stay there, or at least be dismantled once it got there. So yeah, but it seems to have worked as far as I can tell. We'll be more sure about that in a little while. Right, so this ship has left. It has gone. It is on its way. So hopefully that'll get the naquium flowing again. I'm doing a lot of beating on the naquium thing at the moment. Oh right, yes. While I'm thinking about Norvis, I need to get. To Talos N, I also need to get, as well as all the stuff that's coming through at the moment, which is a lot of stuff. Okay, this is going to get not problematic, but mildly annoying. I'm also going to need to bring over the enriched vulcanite, which is this one. At least there is conveniently a belt in about the right place, so we can just extend this across to here and then think about it later. And I'm also going to need to bring iridium in. Now, I don't think we have iridium being shipped out to any of the existing spaceports, which is a shame, because it means I'm going to need to tap it off. I'm going to need to do more work. So we have this belt here, which is available to do so. What do you do? What do you do? This is presumably meant to be an iridium belt. It just doesn't have any iridium on it because we've never needed it. Yeah? Okay, we do need iridium to go out to. Of course we do. Of course we need iridium in Stardust. We need everything that we need on everything we newly need on Talos for dealing with crushing of naquitite. Of course we needed all of that in Stardust before. I feel silly for not realizing that. So that's fine. We do have iridium being brought out when the iridium system actually works. So that's good. We just need to bring the belt over from.
I fixed the iridium, so the next ship will be full.
Awesome, thank you. What needed fixing?
It was an old design where the balancer warehouse was connected to the other one, so there was a rare condition
I
where
see. Okay.
ores are only in the balancer warehouse and the inserters are set for the ores and not for the stuff that's in the other warehouses. If you
makes sense.
got what I mean.
I understand. Okay, well, oops. And thank you for sorting it. Alright, so that'll give me enough space to stick in, to bring another couple of belts up here. We can then wind them in, again with another splitter like this. I'm not too worried about I hope I don't need to be too worried about the throughput of these. We shall see how it goes. There should always be plenty of time to bring stuff over to load into spaceships. Who set this bus up? Probably me. Oh, no. These numbers are the belts are all 4 apart. That makes me sad because I have to do everything slightly more carefully.
Because it's storage houses on the other side.
Okay.
Boxes.
Oh yeah, no, it's warehouses, and that's the amount of space you need to pass stuff through between warehouses. Of course, yeah. All right, I'll grumble but accept. I can't put that there. Can't put that Yes, that's going to be some spaghetti, but never mind. So if I do that, and then... Oh no, it's not going to work. If I do that, and that, and then that, and that. No, because then we can't get this one through. Ugh. Oh, actually... Do that and remove that. There we go. This works. I was being overly confused. Oh, wiggle this around the back here and then flip that back round after the lag confused it for me, and then put another one of these in here. And there we go. Right, that'll work. That'll split out half of these up each of these ways. I'm going to turn these two round for the moment, so I can put these belts in without anything going through. Not that we actually... I was going to say not that we have any of those, either of those. That's not true. We do have plenty of the enriched vulcanite, so that would flow through. And I'm not ready for it yet. But if I do that, then once this...
lag again.
Once this gets built... Okay, thank you. Once this gets built, I can... That's a lot of lag. I can link it into the belt system, the cables across here, and control how much comes through. Actually, no, let's put it back round the other way again, because it's not going to go far. It's only going to go into here, because I can't run the belts any further until this is built. And then I can put the wire cables in once that's done. Okay, that was a lot easier than I feared, because of course since we have a system set up already for Stardust, we only needed to extend that from there over to here and bring the same things over to Talos N. We're still going to have the problem where we're trying to bring too much stuff over. I'm just going to have to hope that with the ship going back and forth more often, maybe if I put in a second ship as well, but then we have too much of a load of stuff. I'll just have to hope that it can keep up and it'll work nicely. To be honest, I think yes, only naquitite at the moment. I'm not sure I'd have done any at all initially. However, I'm not well. We've got to the point where we're in quite late game now. We do have a decent number of arcospheres, so I don't feel too bad about sacrificing 20 of them for this sort of production system. And we are late game enough to have researched arcolinks, obviously, except in building them. So part of me wants to play with them because we're trying to be fairly completionist about this. So we want to touch all of the toys in some way if we can. So hence trying to actually use the arcolink storages, because I never did in the previous game. There was no point, because I had enough naquitite coming in from the ships doing basically this run from my previous place, and there was enough of it coming through. This time we've got these ships running nicely, and there isn't enough coming through. So we decided, okay, time to go off and go to another asteroid field somewhere and start shipping it through by Arco Chest, or rather start shipping it through from there. And since we're doing that and we've got all of these advantages and things, I thought, yeah, let's play with Arco Link transport, and then we can have enormous quantities of it just pouring out of this box down here and going off to everywhere it's needed. We do need to do, as I was saying earlier, we do need to develop deep space loaders. We've researched them, we just haven't started making them because they're so expensive, but we're going to need those to load the Arcolink storage at the other end at the speed we wish it to become accustomed to from this system, in order to have enough coming out at this end to run, well, all of these machines, and ideally almost twice as many again, because we've got 7 belts coming through over here. It'd be nice to use all of them, double that again, and then at that point we would have enough crushed naquitite coming in here that in theory we could then put down a third naquium processing facility over here, or I guess, and start making the naquium at 3 times the original rate. However, at the moment we're not making naquium at all because we've run out of methane ice to make methane gas to make the naquium ingots, so we need to wait for that to come over. The request, yes and no. Yes, in theory, dropping the request down a bit would sort out some of the problems that I've created for myself. In that we're getting too much stuff over here. I don't know. I think the system has got to the point where it's sufficiently fragile because there are so many things that need to not run out that getting the ratios right enough seems to be beyond me. So I think I just want to have the ship flying all the time, basically flying back and forth all the time, bringing as much stuff over that's on the shopping list as it can. And if something runs out, or if there isn't enough of something, then it can come back and get it the next time. I think I'm more comfortable with the ship just going all the time at this point and taking back whatever naquium we've been able to make when it does, especially as we're adding in more things with the resources needed for this. The other possibility would be to have the ship that's flying back with the naquium separate from the ship that's flying out with the stuff. But I don't think there's any point in that, because if the ship that's flying out with the supplies is flying often enough, which it will be if it's going basically all the time, it might as well just take whatever naquium is available when it's on the way back. And at the moment, there's a Telos naquium. It's nearly there, so let's wait for that to arrive. Yes, we've had the idea of having some sort of construction ship and Arcolinks to Norbit or to Norvis, probably Norbit. That's got much more things because of all the stuff being created up there. Yes, in short, the idea has occurred to us, so we don't need to come back when we forget things. However, again, that's another 20 Arcospheres. So at the moment, we're umming and erring a little bit over that one. And yes, the train does need to run all the time for that. The train already does, because I've got logic systems in here that will send the train back up if there is stuff available to pick up in Talorbit, and it's sitting down here twiddling its wheels, I don't know, whatever a train does. And there is a delay on it when it's up in Talorbit to say go back down again if, I think it's 5 minutes has passed, which is possibly too long given what I've been saying. Wrong ship. So yeah, the train sits here like this. Actually, given it's got a load of ice on it, it probably should have gone. But yeah, it waits for a certain amount of inactivity and then goes. Let's take that down to 100 seconds. That's too short in normal use, but I don't care, and just set it off manually as well. Because it's got some ice and I want to use it up. So in theory, yeah, the train will leave whenever it's full, or whenever it's waited for 5 minutes or a minute and a half now. Head back down to 3 minutes. Then 3 minutes given our current UPS rate, and then it'll drop back down again. And at the other end, there is a cunning system of levers and pulleys over here, which tells it to, if anything, if there is stuff available up top, to go and get it essentially. We have about 200 Arcospheres in total. I could not tell you off the top of my head what the minimum number that it dips down to is. I feel like 200 is a good number of Arcospheres to have. So I feel like if we were going to make another Arcolink system, I would like to go out and get the Arcospheres for it specifically, or to put it the other way, go out and get an extra 200 of them so that we know we've always got plenty. Rather than just sort of assume. Where's this going? Oh yeah, this is going to make Pyroflux, I remember.
We have turned 252 into polarized ones.
Okay. Yeah, I should just look the numbers up, shouldn't I? So we have about 232 now that we've made 20 into chests. So actually, I'd probably be okay with making another pair. It would put us below 200, but not far below, and I think that would probably be all right. But yeah, I don't know.
Lag again.
Okay. So now we have the methane ice coming through here in a very, very laggy way. You can see it's flowing into the chem plant down here that's melting it. And so we're now able to start making naquium again. Yay! Of course, we're not going to be able to make all that much of it because we didn't bring down a huge amount of methane ice. There's like 500 left in this warehouse, so that's not going to last for very long. Especially as these machines do seem to be able to basically use up pretty much a solid blue belt of methane ice, which is ridiculous. Words fail me. I can't even to use a term. You know, I could swap over the filters on these two and then not have this crossover of the belts. No, I can't bother to change it. Just leave it as it is because I think this should all work. What I should do is go, well, actually we don't need any of the stuff up here. We need a load of purple belts. We need an enormous quantity of blue belts. And an enormous quantity of blue belts, and we need an advanced assembly machine. So let's request those on my ship. Norbit, that one. Norbit, that one. Yes. Yeah, I ran out of blue loaders. I decided it didn't matter because I was it wasn't going to be using anything up at a particularly high rate. Right. So over here, I will have all of the blue belts. Let's have 3,000 of them, just because blue belts are cheap. I don't care. Purple belts are a bit more expensive. Let's just have, and I don't need as many of those. Let's just have 600 of them. And I would like an advanced assembly machine. I don't even know if we've got advanced assembly machines up here. We'll find out in a moment, I guess. This will be exciting. That one. Have 2, just in case. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me about over on Talos? Okay, so there's a lot of modules. Oh, and some Inserters. Okay, so let's have those superior insertometrons. So let's have. I think it said 40, so I'll have 100 of each of them. Partly because I don't trust the numbers, and partly just because I'd rather have too many than too few. 29 speed 3s. Okay, that's easy enough. Although I'm surprised I don't have those in my inventory. Maybe I use them all up. Belts. I'll come back to the productivity modules. 8 purple undergrounds and 3 blue undergrounds. Purple undergrounds. Blue undergrounds. Blundergrounds, for sure, if you will. Right, that's... Oh, and a blue loader, apparently. Sure, let's have a stack of blue loaders then. Why not? That one. Okay, that's fine. All of those have gone yellow, so we've got at least some of all of those. I'll come back and check on that in a bit. So, let's talk about modules. As you can see there, we need 268 tier 6 productivities and 85 tier 7 productivities. Now, some of those are for the some of those are for other machines. So we'll be a little bit sensible about this and actually do the maths. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's too late at night for doing maths. So this is 6. 32, 48. So that's 48 machines, each of which takes 4 modules. I want to put prod 5s in these because we actually have those. So that's like 250 prod 5s. Okay. And that was a bot exploding. Great. 250 of them, please. And if we look over here, how are things going? No, we should be making those. So yeah, you're prod 5s, aren't you? You're prod 5s, aren't you? Yes, you are. Prod 5s. We've got 54 of them. So yeah, but they can be made. We've got. Oh no, they can't. We're missing. Vita, very basic Vita. Well, we are outputting that, so in theory a train should be coming over with some of it. Whether we're going to get any Vitalic reagent is anyone's guess, because we're usually out of that. But I'm surprised we're so low on. I guess making the modules probably uses a bajillion of it. Yeah, there's 25 in there, and it uses 120 vitamelange extracts to make one mod. No, yeah, to make two. Oh no, to make one module. That's a lot. No wonder we're struggling with all of that. Then we can't make 6s because we're out of Vitalic reagent, but we're always out of Vitalic reagent, so we're sort of used to that. And I'm trying to sort of accept that I can't get all the tier 6 modules that I want. How many do we actually have? I've got 20. I could claim them. I might as well stick them in something naquium related. Okay, so let's also over here claim all of the tier 6 modules. It's only 50 of them. Well, there's only 20 of them, but I'll see what I can get. And we'll blow up a load of bots while we're doing it as well, which is a shame, but what can you do, really? I need to load my ship up. Please don't crash into my robopod. Okay, so that's filling up nicely. We've got all the easy stuff. Speed modules are a bit further away, so that's okay. They take a bit longer. Express loads, I'm surprised those haven't filled up yet, but fine. And I ordered silly numbers of belts, so it'll take a little while to get all of those through. But that's fine. Oh, sorry, I missed someone's messages. How far back have I gone? So I talked to Christoph about Arcospheres, red loaders, yes. Time consumers, I don't know how you do it. Just got to space. Manual transporting items is tiresome, yeah. Yes, so as someone, oh yes, Doopy was saying, yes, I've done a few videos about that. It's not quite the same name. Yes, Laurence Plays on YouTube. Thank you. If you do exclamation mark YouTube maybe, or exclamation mark links, Tristan will probably be able to tell you what the command is to get the link to it.
I can't remember if there is one. But...
Okay, or just go to the Discord and there's been many links from there, and you can also ask questions and stuff from there as well if you want to. But yeah, I've done tutorials for basic circuit network stuff. I've done tutorial for shipping stuff up to space, just general sort of. I think it's called interplanetary logistics. There's a version 0.5 and a 0.6 one for that, so make sure you watch the correct one. Although I think the 0.6 one is the only one that's findable at the moment. The other one just is unlisted because it's still sort of popular. Then there's one for what to take to space, one for how to make spaceships, loads of stuff. There's yeah, there are lots of videos there, so check it out. There's I do summary videos about what's been going on in the previous stream as well. So there's lots of videos about that. But then if you find the Tutorio playlist, that's got all of the tutorials in it. Funnily enough. Oh yeah, I forgot we got superchargers. That's a lot of bots just pouring out of the roboports over there. So let's put a supercharger in over here because there was an insufficiency. Ah, no problem. You're very welcome. The more I can do to get people watching more videos on my channel, the happier I'll be. It's how it grows. Oh god, Mike or Marc has really been through here stripping all the scaffolding out. Anyway, let's
Mike.
not. Okay. I suppose I should have realised, given that it's how half a job it is. Yeah. I suppose I should just be glad that nobody's done a deconstruction planner for space scaffolding and dragged it over the entire factory. Just pull up every single individual piece that's not in direct use at the moment.
Yeah, I was worried about that as well.
Right, so how are we getting on over here? Thank you, Doopy. Yes, having the specific video linked is definitely handy. So how are we doing here? We've got up to 54 as predicted, because we knew there were 54 in the storage system over there. Right, what is the bio goop train doing at the moment? Is it trying to behave and just struggling? Kothas Snowdrop, Bigrid. Here it is. It is. Yes, it is behaving. So it is filling up with specific things that are needed. So that's good. So we're trying to load up with reagent and extract, but there's no reagent, so we're just putting in extract. But we do need an enormous quantity of extract. So that's actually, I'm not even mad, as they say. So we'll pick all of that up. But there's then nowhere to go down here, which is quite impressive. So we've actually got enough reagent in the science drop, which is quite surprising. So all of that will then be brought over to Module City. Sadly, we don't seem to have any of the reagent here, although actually there's a ship here that's unloading some. So I am cautiously optimistic here that this train is going to go basically full of full of extract, because it's nearly full now, and we're unloading trash at the moment, so none of this is useful. But there is some reagent, and there's about 9,000, about 9 or 10,000 reagent in this ship. So it'll get unloaded, it'll get put into the system. So the next time this train comes back again, it should fill up with reagent and maybe some more extract as well. And then then hopefully we still won't need any for the science.
The reagent belt for naquium is empty, so.
Oh yes, it's all just going to go straight out there. Bah. Okay, so the naquium is using all of the reagent up, so we don't get any to make modules. Okay. Oh well, I guess that's just going to have to all go there then. I can't do much about that. Oh well, but at least we'll be able to make tier 5 modules from this, which is a good start. Why are you full and you're still filling up? Maybe it wasn't getting passed through quickly enough. That makes sense. So this will fill up fairly soon, and then we'll be able to make those tier 5 modules that I was talking about. So we'll get those over. We'll start supplying the ship over here. We'll get the tier 5s in. I've grabbed the tier 6s. Did we get everything else I was asking for? Yes. We've got all of the other stuff. So once that's full, once we've made another 200 of these, 200 of those, that means 240,000. 120. It's got late. 120 times 200 is 240,000. 24,000. So once we brought 24,000 vitalic hermanhermans, vitamelange extract. That's the one I'm trying to say. Oh, the train's gone. There it is. How much have you got? 10,000. Oh, it's almost enough. That's nearly there. So when this brings it over, it'll be able to unload. That'll make nearly all of the modules I need, and then I'll go back and grab some more. Yeah, the bot logistics is being pushed further on is a space exploration thing, and whether you like that or not depends very much on how much you rely on bots with your construction systems. And I use logistics bots for we're using them for loading spaceships, as you can see here, and they're all blowing up all the time. But basically, we don't use logistics bots for supplying construction. There are a few exceptions for small throughput of expensive things, but as you can see here, we've got a train will come up from the ground. It'll unload onto these belts into the warehouses. We've then got a full-on belt-based bus system that passes all the stuff along here. Where we're doing the early sciences and a load of the other stuff, and then we've got this sort of sanity-defying column of construction here, where we're just passing all of the things you need to make all of the space buildings up along here. So we basically don't use bots for logistics at all. We also and so for other things, for the science packs, for example, here is energy science. Again, we've got a train that's come up from the ground, is unloading all of the stuff that's needed for making energy and matter science, which then pours down various belts over here to go off to where it's needed in order to make, well, all of those science packs. So I am very much I don't like using bots for general logistics because it just doesn't feel like the way I want to play Factorio, and I'm going to phrase it in a very sort of weasel wordy way like that because I know it's a single player game. You can play it however you like. Some people disagree with me, some people agree. Do what you like, do what makes you happy. I like to play with basically large with lots and lots of belts because I feel like that's how that's what Factorio means to me, shall we say. So that's how I play, and I like this sort of system layout and so on. And yeah, so we are bot minimalists, shall we say? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, the spaceport design. The version that appears in the video is somewhat improved over this one because when you're designing something in creative mode and you don't care about resources or backwards compatibility, that's the word I'm looking for. Technical debt. When you're rebuilding it to make it look nice and simple and elegant, you don't end up with things like this and random stuff hanging off the back of it. There's a rocket launcher here. This is from when there wasn't a train coming up to here. There was a rocket landing pad somewhere around here. So this rocket is to take all of the rocket parts back down again, and it's got probably quite a lot in it. It's not got that many in it actually. It's got a pile of them in it anyway, because we've moved on and away and just not demolished and tidied stuff up because that's no fun. Who enjoys doing that? So there's a lot of sort of afterthoughts. Then there's another box here to store a bit more of the low density structures because we needed more of those up here than would fit into the box and so on. So there's been a lot of compromises and kludges put onto the system, but the one that appears in the video is a somewhat more elegant and less kludgy version of it, should we say? So thank you. I appreciate the appreciation. Oh, and also I missed a resub. Thank you very much, NX3, for the resub. That's 6 months. Excellent. I appreciate that very much. It's doing well. And also thanks to the follows to Jen and Time Consumer. Again, those were multiple hours ago. I'm very sorry. I have an alert that pops up on the stream, but even though I've tried to make it make a noise for me, it doesn't seem to work, and I've never actually quite got around to sorting it out. So yeah, sorry.
Tristan?
Oh dear, this doesn't sound good.
The downstream top stations are full, and that is backing up the garbage belt in orbit.
That's problematic.
Yeah, there's no trains going there. Too many people have been telling them to bypass.
Yeah. Maybe emergency downstream trains need to go there if it gets above a certain amount.
Yeah.
Or maybe there needs to be another emergency downstream train that will or emergency downstream that just does this one and goes round and round.
I think if we the main issue was that the downstream top at the spaceport is so far away that we removed that stop from the routes. But if it's the one that's near this one, that's more feasible, So maybe if we separate them. So we have,
the only time I think the only times I've removed downstream from my trains is when I've had to adapt them to be to the point where they may carry stuff down, or they've got all their slots filtered. So the science, maybe we just haven't been making very much science, so therefore we've not had train. Oh, maybe the energy one got because downstream for anything that isn't going off to the mass, the bulk transfer area should still be able to go via it. It shouldn't add that much onto the time. There's 2 trains that just come through with trash in them over there. They're probably emergency downstream trains.
I sent off all of them. Well, I sent off 2 of them, which was all of the ones that were sitting in the station.
Fair enough. Maybe what it is now that we've started doing some of the bulk stuff, the trains that were running all the time because they were bringing up huge amounts of whatever we were bringing up as bulk, are now no longer running as much, so therefore there's fewer trains. It's a very nice idea, utilising spare capacity on trains going down to take stuff down that needs to go down. But it is perhaps too elegant, because excess elegance makes for fragility. It's a difference between a BMW and a Toyota. Yeah, we have our bus on Norvis is somewhat different. This is probably a bit more traditional, because we can just have individual trains bringing in each different resource. So over here we've got, for example, a train comes in here, drops off sulfur whenever it's required. That goes down the belt down here, and then we have our main bus down here, which runs all the way across here. So this is basically it's a main bus. It used to, actually no, it still does make science packs. It used to make rocket parts as well, which is why there's some gaps on it. It's mostly there as a mall, and then stuff that we need in larger quantities, like circuits. That's not circuits. Like circuits has been moved off the bus over to, for example, here. And then there's batteries up here somewhere, and modules and oil stuff happens over here, and so on and so on. So we've done the town systems approach, where you start off with a bus, everything gets built on the bus, and then when you start to need green circuits faster than you can make them on the bus, you take the green circuit production off and you put it somewhere else. And when you start to need the metals faster than you can make them on the bus, then you start having this is about our sort of, I don't know, 5th generation iron system over here. So this is now making all of the iron we need and then putting it into trains where it can be taken to the bus or to the spaceport or anything like that. We also have a slightly silly system down here where we have a series of trains. Again, similar. These are things that are needed up in space, and we also have and so here we have all of these being brought up, and also belts coming down from the bus stations up here, all into this area in the middle, where we transfer things over that are needed by the various areas up in space. So down here, for example, this is for energy science, so we've got all the different things that are needed for energy science and actually matter science going into this train, which will load up, take them up, and unload up at the top as a sort of a mixed train. Then over here, this is all the stuff that's going up onto the bus, I think, and so on across here for all the different things we need, all the different places that need things. And then we've also got stuff being brought down as well. So these stations across the top here will be all of the exotic metals, like beryllium and holmium and iridium and so on, and also various fluids that need to be taken up as well. So there's lots of different places where things are passed over from one train to another to allow us to then use the ground trains on the ground, and then space trains for ground and space. Or in space, but a little bit on the ground as well, because they have to go somewhere to pick the stuff up. But you'll notice all of the space train stuff is just this little area here, which is essentially as small an area we can make around the elevator as reasonably sensible. And also a similar area over here where we have a secondary elevator that's doing bulk transfer. So all of the holmium cables, rare metals, and also some bulk resources that are being brought in from other planets as well. So we've got an iron ore planet and we've got a stone planet where we get other. So those are brought over by train down from space and then taken away by other trains on the ground over here. So yes, lots of potential there. Good night, Tempe. And yes, to be honest,
call it the night.
I was going to say I think the same for me as well. I've definitely reached a good stopping point because I've been talking about things rather than doing stuff for a little while, because at the moment I'm mostly waiting for waiting for all of this to flow through here and make 250 modules, which is going to take a while, and we'll see how it goes. So eventually, next stream I'll have enough in here to go over and finish off in slight inverted commas, but get the system over on Talos up and running for pulverizing the naquium. I also need to ship. I need to make the water. That's okay. We're nearly there with that. And then it's up to Mike to go off and make the put in all the drills and things, and then it's up to me to sort of keep beating on the methane ice until that works. So yes, that'll be in next week's stream. But please come back on Wednesday when I should be playing some more Satisfactory. We've got where I got to at the moment. What was I doing? I was building another sub factory, and I think I just about finished it. That was making another one of the things that I'm going to call science packs. They're not science packs; they are sort of intermediates, but they're used in a kind of science pack way by Satisfactory, in that you have to supply them to advance the game through the stages. So I'll be carrying on with that, making sure that's running nicely. Maybe I think I might need to put in some more mines because I'm running a bit low on various resources. I think, but we'll see when I get over there on Wednesday, and there'll be the usual catch-up videos coming out at the weekend. And now that the show is over, I'm going to have a little bit more time available. Although some of my friends have invited me to come and join them for some D&D sessions, so that's going to sap at least one of my evenings. But even so, there should still be more time available during the week and in my life in general. So hopefully I'll be able to start making a few more other videos as well. So any requests, let me know in Discord, and I'll see what I can do. Right. So, thank you for the cheer time. That's what Doopy was saying. Nice for. Thank you very much appreciated. And you're very welcome. Thank you for joining in, and I'm very much appreciative of you being here. Yes, enjoy the videos and enjoy the rest of the stuff. I could float the suggestion of a D&D live stream. I don't know how interesting it would be. It might be quite entertaining. I'll see if people like the idea, but I don't know how I'd make it work. It would require a lot of thought to come up with something good, I think. So we shall see. Where was I? Yeah, so time consuming. If you want to come along and join the Discord, then there'll be any questions you have or requests, or just anything like that. Then we're a helpful bunch. So where was I? Yes, thank you very much everyone for watching. We will see you hopefully see you on Wednesday, when, as I say, there should be some Satisfactory, and then there'll be and the videos at the weekend. So once again, thank you very much. Good night, Tempe. Good night, Metbar. Good night, everyone else. Doopy. And well, yeah, I'll be back next week, of course, for more of these sort of shenanigans. So yes, good night.